Welcome back to Epic Blunders. We've had another of our own. We're starting a little bit late tonight. We had a little bit of people dropping in and out, but I think we got almost everybody here. And then last week we streamed the entire stream, and I think somebody watched the entire time, but my audio didn't get picked up, so I apologize for that. We're going to try to do a pretty thorough little recap in case you missed it or you wondered what in the world was going on. But in lieu of last week's podcast, we'll try to cover what happened. So the party, if you've been following along, has traveled into the many hosts of Yggdrathod and has made it to a small little village called Rathfell, made up of mostly humans and elves. There's a few other races, orcs, that type of thing, but largely humans and elves. They're kind of outcasts from some of the other areas and have made their home here. It's the type of village that is largely made up of yurts, and they can pack up and move relatively easily, so they don't have large fortified structures, but that makes them kind of hard to target. If you bring your army in, they may not even be where you thought that they were. As the party got into town, they discovered that there were traces of cult activity, which is kind of why they were intentionally moving into this area in the first place. There were some guardsmen that they noticed some familiar looking silver filigree woven into their garments. One that looked a lot like a particular cult that you guys had, or cult group that you had taken down earlier in your travels. Got your hackles up. You guys did a little bit of investigating, a little bit of conversing, and also made friends with a small, very musically talented child in the village, and had a nice little interaction there after a few false starts and parading through the village. Once you kind of opened up and were much more warm and heartfelt, you noticed, number one, that they were fairly warm and accommodating, but also, number two, that there was a hint of fear and concern that kind of kept them at arm's reach from you. You got enough information, particularly from, I believe, Vila Cravat. Yes, Vila Cravat. That there was a particular person that you were likely looking for in his manor further to the north, up by the plateau that you could see off in the distance. You guys headed out there. You found said manor, and after a few botched attempts at scouting the place, attracted the attention of a young white dragon. A battle ensued. You fought some wormlings, the young white dragon, some kobolds, some drakes, a little bit of everything. Took a look around the big long hut style building, and by the time you were ready to go inside, the ambush basically came to you, and they had been able to kind of ready themselves inside. You had another fight with seemingly the cultists in there, and then you decided, hey, we're out of spell slots, we're half dead, now's a good time to rest before we go and head into the mountain. You got that information via who? Do you remember?
An orc we decided not to let kill himself.
It was not an orc, but yes, it was one of the cultists for sure.
Cultist.
Yeah, one of the cultists that tried to kill himself, and you very kindly removed the poison from his body and pumped him full of hit points so you could then interrogate him. Yeah.
And kill him again.
Didn't seem very remorseful. Didn't seem like he was willing to turn from his particular path. And so eventually you did sever his head from his shoulders and decided to set up camp there in the manor for the next couple of hours. And that would have been a good plan, except for Grolid, you had previously discovered something in a little outbuilding. Namely what?
Yeah, that's where they kept the wyvern we've seen flying back and forth.
Yeah, so you were able to identify this is likely the spot where when the wyvern was in the area that they kept it kind of tethered and at least to some degree in a cage. And yet you stayed there anyway. So in the middle of the night, guess what came flying past but said wyvern, and was drawn to the nice firefly emitting of Nona's eternal flame, whatever it's called, bracelet.
Always the plan.
So comes flying in, makes the attack. There's a little bit of scrambling as everybody is still trying to wake up. Pix notices Anna completely disappear and just in this little wisp of starry motes and is gone entirely. And then more combat ensues. You guys were able to relatively quickly dispatch the wyvern, thanks largely to some very precise shooting from Link and some decent shots from Willem as he's starting to get the hang of this bow and arrow thing. So by the time you actually got to the wyvern got to you, it was at least half dead already. He dropped off 3 different riders. You had a bard in the party, you had a very overt cultist, and then a third member that seemed a little bit harder to dispatch. But eventually, you guys were able to do that. Pix got a little bit lucky as he went invisible momentarily. Your enemy did, and snuck up right behind Pix. Pix thought he was doing himself a favor and going to investigate where in the world this person went, and went in the wrong direction, which happened to be for his own best interest, and avoided getting shanked in the kidneys. You guys also got to experience the hypnotic pattern that Whiskey seems to like putting on everybody else. Some of you were able to shake that effect off, but and then Link was able to plink right in the chest with a few arrows and finish this guy off, the Gloom Stalker. And then you were able to complete your long rest. Was there anything I missed? There's one thing that we ended the session off with, but before that, was there anything I missed?
Anna came back.
Yep, you guys went looking for Anna once Pix told you that, hey, Anna's missing. You went looking for her, and she seemed to be right where you left her. Ryan woke her up. Grol had started to carry her in, and then she kind of protested a little bit and wanted to stay outside on the balcony. And said, you know, she's too sleepy, but she went on a little journey, and she just needed to rest. And then, yes, as morning came and you guys were making your preparations, or I keep saying morning, you did your long rest pretty early. So you're basically probably at like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So it is morning, but it's actually, and I need to adjust our light here because I forgot about that. Unless you'd like to wait around quite a bit longer, it is definitely dark.
We have seen what actually occurred.
You knew where. Well, okay, so here's what ends up happening, because I need to clarify for everyone present, for everyone listening. You guys heard rumbling and felt it, just the earth shaking underneath you. Go scurrying around the building because you know there's something happening in this mountain. There's one thing that the cultist told you that stuck in your craw, which was what?
That they were a delaying action.
Yes.
Or wait.
Yeah, he seemed very proud of the fact that they were just a distraction. Yeah. And then as you are feeling the rumbling under your feet, you see the mountain explode and out of the top there is a dark, shadowy dragon figure that hovers briefly and then jets off to the north. Yes, and that's the thing that lingers in the back of your mind of, we were just a distraction. So, Whiskey, you, by virtue of what else is out here, and you know there's something going on in the mountain, you were drawn in that direction. That's the obvious first place to look.
Okay.
But yes, it is not super clear, which is why Grolid was the only one who really had a good opportunity to kind of make out what in the world this thing was. I think I'd even said it was by virtue of his connection to the Shadowfell that's immediately what came to his mind, and it wasn't just, that's a dark-looking dragon in the middle of the night. So yes, that's where we've left off. We'll say, with your rest, I said 2, it's probably closer to 3 o'clock in the morning right now. So, all of you at this point have largely finished your preparations, if you need to do that for your spells, and you guys were doing a really early breakfast. So you're basically finished with that at this point. What would you like to do?
So much for sneaking up on it.
Well, at least we know what we're up against.
Well, we know what was there, but we still don't know what is remaining there after it left.
I would imagine not much.
And we leave it without checking, actually?
I never said that. Not much is still not nothing. We might find clues.
We should go take a look then.
Agreed, we might get some information from where it just left.
We may at the very least find a motive or plan or something, though I'm not hopeful of that.
Or the big cheese? They did say they were waiting for us in the mountain.
Yeah, they did.
Is
So,
that the mountain that just blew its lid, though?
Look around. Do you see another mountain?
Yeah, but if it left, then obviously if it was just a delaying tactic, that was so it could get away.
possibly.
What is north of here? What's in its flight range?
Well, the flight range of dragons, pretty much any type, is long.
No, I mean it must have a purpose. Right? Its purpose isn't to kill us at the moment. Not saying that's not in the future, but at the moment.
Yeah, if its purpose was to kill us, it could have just come over here and done that after our battle.
What would have been your purpose had you acquired all the gems?
Rule the world.
I don't think I really had a purpose at that point.
Not your own purpose.
Well, I don't know what her purpose was.
Rule the world. Actually, probably bring her to the mortal realm.
I don't know that I would have had that ability.
always involves blood. Somehow. Always.
Blood and bad decisions.
Isn't that what we do?
Well,
Oh, I thought we were talking about me.
I get the distinct impression bad decisions is something all of us do.
Maybe that's why we're together, so that we don't continue that trend.
What, so we save each other's butt because we make bad decisions?
Maybe the sum of us is better than the individuals of us.
The sum of bad decisions.
Maybe that's what we should call
Is
ourselves.
salvation? Is that what you're saying? Interesting.
Well, if there isn't such a thing, I might as well just join the other team then.
You almost did. But you made a good decision. At least I think so.
I think so also.
Which probably wouldn't have happened if we hadn't been together.
Well, see, destiny's a funny thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like I'm bucking destiny, so I don't necessarily completely believe in destiny.
Says the man that was given a second chance.
What? You don't believe that you were chosen? You chose to come? You made certain decisions, and then were given the option, and you chose another decision in the situation. It all led to that moment. That's destiny.
If I believe in destiny, though, that means all the decisions I made in my supposedly previous lifetimes was destiny as well. And I don't like to think that destiny made me do all of that.
Not quite the way it works. At least I don't think so.
No, I relive my own destiny because then it would be me that would be stupid, right?
Ryan, what if your destiny was to be the foundation for change, like we talked about? You needed to have something to change from, right?
Analyst.
Maybe. Again, destiny kind of makes it feel like I don't make any decisions here, that it's just gonna happen.
Well, you do. You make the left or right or go forward decisions or back, you know. Each one has its own repercussions. You could have chosen, really.
But that would have just been destiny then, right?
Well, no, the bad destiny, but you could have, what happened is then you would have got the entire crown stuck on your head and probably murdered us all. It's a horrible thing to think about, but
It's possible to dwell too much on the past. We need to think about going forward.
Here,
you
here.
could get the crown still. There you go. If that's the question, though, I need to ask. If we do, luckily, defeat this person, what do we do with the crown? It's not going to, dissolve and go away, is it? Who's going to be strong enough not to pick it up? And how could we destroy it? Like the dagger. Hopefully those two aren't related.
If it can be made, I have a feeling it can be unmade, but we'd have to find somebody strong enough to do that.
There is a volcano.
Cross that bridge when we come to it.
Yep.
have to go back to where it was forged.
Well, I guess we're heading over to the mountain and then possibly north.
The Shadow Mountain?
Well, then I don't see any reason to wait.
Do we have any? Should we go into the mountain and see if we can find any intelligence of Shadow Dragon's exact destination? We haven't.
Better be prepared to fight what's still there.
When have we ever not been prepared to fight something? There's a ironic wry look on his face as he says that.
It's not yesterday.
I feel I owe everyone an apology for not helping in the fight.
Don't worry, Anna. I did one thing because I was out of spells.
Don't worry about it, Anna. I took care of most of the heavy lifting. They were a piece of cake.
Okay.
You've had your own battles. Not every battle is a physical fight.
Mine was a bit mental, a bit spiritual, but a bit more of wrestling with the past, I think.
Like I said, you had your own battle to fight. We don't hold that against you.
But it seemed like our past always seems to come back to us.
Because we've had so many of them.
Are we moving in to examine the cave and the mountain, or are we going on?
Is there anything here you need to get, Grolid? Pieces, toenails, teeth, blood samples?
I do have a recipe for a potion that does require a toenail of tabaxi, and Grola takes a step forward.
Hey, you want
Mine
to touch
requires other parts of orcs.
I had those removed.
Explains it all.
Back to my previous question.
There are pieces of animal around. I don't know if we want to take meat with us or...
I've collected everything necessary that I require.
Go into the mountain seeking intelligence on the Shadow Dragon's destination, or do we which direction it went?
My apologies. I thought you were asking if we were going to start moving. Yeah, it does seem the plan is to head over to the mountain and see if we can't gain any insight.
And kill
Into
whoever else is there. Usually it's whatever.
Very good. Let's go.
Anthony, I'm going to go over and just take one of the nails from the wyvern.
One of the large claws? Okay.
Yeah, it's because that'll look good in the inn as well. I
Okay.
have to take stories back with me and evidence, so...
So you can do one or two things. You can take an entire, like full claw, like the entire paw area.
And wear it as a helmet.
I don't know how
I
you would
can't
wear it as a
carry
helmet, but
I can carry that.
it could go in a backpack. I'm saying it would be easy to like lop it off like you would cut off an arm or a leg, like right at the joint where all that comes together. To actually pluck a single claw is doable, and you're right, it would be smaller, but it would take a
can do
little
a
bit more
little bit.
finesse.
I'll chop the claw off, wrap it up. I can also salt it and dry it as well, so
Okay.
at some point I can get it dried so I actually have it.
Okay. Make me a survival check just to
I
see.
still have two statues in my backpack.
Of various things that you found. Sure.
No, the one I got for when Willem fought in the arena. The statues of his opponents.
Oh, yep. That's true.
Also think I have a rug Oh, I gave it to them already. Nah. Oh, see, that sucks.
It's not a super clean. It's not a super clean cut. Like if you were to try to cut at the ankle, you get at that weird section where there's just a whole bunch of bone together, and so it takes a couple hacks.
I tried to get an ankle and got an elbow.
Yeah. You realize eventually a rapier is not the best option.
No, I have a knife. I just start smashing it with. No, that's different. But I don't do very well.
But you end up getting it. It's just kind of the connective part where you may be able to, hang it or whatever is a little bit more mangled. But the claw itself is largely intact because you kept the blade away from that.
At least if I said I slashed it off with my rapier, then it would actually make sense.
I just repeatedly poked holes into it until it fell off.
Until it fell off.
So next time, Whiskey, ask me or roll it or Willem to cut it off for you.
Everybody's like, Whiskey, are you harvesting or sowing over there?
I'm reaping. Ripping. Sorry.
What's your diction?
I wanted to make sure that I could say that I hacked it off.
So while Whiskey's doing that, anybody who's, like I said, a prepared spellcaster, that gives you enough time to kind of finish your preparations and be ready to move out. You do currently have the nice glowing wristband of Nona, and as far as I know, everybody else's various light sources are currently off. So if you'd like any of them to be on as you start to travel, let me know.
Yeah, Grollet prefers the dark.
Are we going to try to stealth our way over to the mountain?
It's nighttime. It'll take us like a day to get there if we stealth.
Well, it's only a couple hundred yards away.
It'll still take us a day.
Nona's armband is going to show up.
That's why I'm asking, because we can always cover that if we need to, right?
And then how is she going to...
I don't know.
Tie a rope around our waist and drag her.
To clarify, it's not pitch black. It's like if you and I, normal humans in real life, were to go outside. You're just not going to have dark vision, but you can still see. It's just you're a little bit more limited in the range and the scope.
You still have stars, and they light up a lot. We're in the middle of nowhere.
You're traveling with warriors wearing heavy armor. If you haven't figured it out yet, that makes stealthing difficult.
Deep down sounds like a panzer.
Difficult, but not impossible.
By stealthing, I was just referring to like being super obvious with the light or a little less obvious.
They already know we're coming.
Yeah, they're pretty sure we're coming, so that's fine. She takes her wristband off, takes it, shoves it in a bag.
Okay.
I can follow along-ish, or we're worried. Somebody hold on to a rope and I'll hold on to the other end.
Because you're going to need it if we get into a fight between here and the mountain.
That does look really strange, though, as she takes that off, because it looks like she's just taking a wristband that's on fire and chucking it in a bag and hoping for the best. But the fire doesn't seem to burn anything.
I'm stuffing down my bra, so
That's where you keep your money.
No. It gets sweaty there and sticks to places. Then it becomes uncomfortable.
I got a coin pouch of a couple hundred gold. How do you think I'm going to fit that?
Exactly.
That's where all the platinum goes.
That's right.
I will.
Moving on.
I'll grab Nona by the hand and lead her. And while I'm doing that, I could say, if everyone would like, I can cast Pass Without a Trace. But
I don't see the point.
That's if we're trying to stealth. That's all.
Yeah, no.
I don't think we need that.
Maybe once we get closer. But not right now.
Well, Pass Without Trace lasts for, I believe, an hour.
Yeah.
And you guys are no more than like 10 minutes walk.
from the exterior.
from the plateau area.
We still have to climb the mountain, which is
Find an entrance.
Okay, well, if everyone changes their mind, just let me know.
Area 52.
So moving on, and Grolin starts to walk.
All right, let me drop you all back in.
100 yards away, turns back. Are we walking?
I'm going to leave, at least for now, I'll leave Pix out just so we don't have to move him around. He can be available for various roguelike things if you need him to.
Oh, there we are.
As we're moving, Grolin will actually approach Willem. Are you okay, Willem? You seem
Impatient.
more rest. Yes.
I don't like that we missed that thing before it left. I think it's something we need to track down and deal with. That thing can cause a lot of damage. And I'm also... Let's say I'm getting a rather bored of leaving too many threads. It'd be nice to lop something off for good.
What have we left? We've killed everything behind us.
Still have Link's issue to do. We still have Anna and
That
Anna's
is
deal with.
yeah, but that's stuff way out there, Willem. It's nothing we can deal with right now.
What I'm saying is, until we finish one thing, we can't move on to something else. Find it and finish it.
Well, the Shadow Dragon's way gone. And until we find out what it really is for, we can't do anything about it. We could just go north, and then it could have went north and then turned east, and we'd just be wandering around.
And I
I
suggest
agree.
for intelligence on where it's going, but let's actually some alacrity there. I have
You know, we also-
and he glances at Roland. He says, "I have the strangest feeling that too many things are happening, and we're moving too slowly. If too many things are allowed to happen, we'll be overwhelmed. We need to start dealing with things so that we can move on."
But many things are happening all the time, Willem.
Yes, but if we allow too many things to percolate and they all come to boil at once,
What do you suggest? We searched for the wizard, for Link.
Isn't that what led us here to begin with? We thought it might be here after.
I suggest we
Dragon.
stop talking about it and start moving.
Actually, we have been
We are
walking. Right?
walking.
Yeah, you're walking as you talk.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't take you long before you get right up to the looming mountainside. It really kind of stands alone. It's not like it's a part of this vast. You traveled through or around the Ashkeeper Peaks, and you guys have been in the Sirius End mountains themselves, two of the largest, mountain formations in the entire continent. This stands a couple hundred feet tall, and kind of stands alone. It's like the only real geological structure in the area, as you see just kind of endless nothingness all over the place. This kind of stands out, almost like if you recall Ayers Rock, that type of thing, but this is more of just kind of a mesa plateau rather than just a big rock in the middle of nowhere. But that kind of should give you a better picture of just this strange structure in the middle of almost like a desert area. And yeah, you come up within 100 or so feet. I'll even where I dropped you in, I'll give you a measurement for anybody who needs it for anything. At least from Nona, you're about 120 or so feet from where it looks like it starts to suddenly go vertical.
Are you saying the structure looks like it shouldn't be here?
No, but it's like if you were to go to like South Dakota or something like that, where you're kind of a little bit outside of the Rocky Mountains, and you still have these, these just kind of geological structures kind of out in the middle of nowhere, that they don't necessarily belong to a particular mountain range, but they're still there.
Yeah, but this has like trees, so then that's that odd too. Right, so there has to be water. Or something.
The only trees were near the estate. That's it. Everything else was bare.
As you come up, you do see a little bit of greenery. It's not doesn't seem intentional like back at the estate. And some of that is just because I didn't want to put a whole bunch of trees all over the landscape. So it is relatively sparse, but yeah, it seems like maybe by virtue of the way this landscape is set up, that, you know, rainfall, that type of thing flows down. And so it may actually be able to trap and retain more moisture in this particular spot than elsewhere, you know, along the flat Badlands.
Spring just pops up there too, so you never know.
Sure.
Yeah, I ain't getting younger. I'll start moving forward.
Yeah, Grolid will move up to roughly the base there and just kind of start circumnavigating it, looking for, you know, cave entrances or, you know, man-made structure type doors or entrances of any other kind.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check, and if anybody is helping, then you can either roll separately or Grolid can roll with advantage, whatever you want.
Take it with advantage, because I'm going to use my archaeology, because once again, this could be ruins of some sort that were changed. Good rolls.
So that's a 23.
All right, 23. You would think that some sort of secret cultist cave in the middle of a giant mountainside might be fairly well hidden. And at first glance, it kind of is. But the thing that draws your attention is in the middle of the night like this, you see chromatic glowing colors that draw your eye pretty quickly. And you look back, the manor is almost directly south of you, and if you continue moving directly north, you're basically going to walk right into a cave mouth that seems to have various colorful glow from inside.
Is that straight before us?
Yeah, virtually right in front of you as you're kind of now looking at it. Yeah.
Is there a way to see it?
If you get closer, you'll be able to see it. Or if you have some light, you'll be able to see it.
Oh, I see it now.
Grolid just heads in.
I follow behind Grolid, not in front. So that cave right there, that's blurry. That one. I don't think it'll let me go in. It should. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so anybody who's got controls, you can start moving people in.
When we get into the mouth of the cave, I'm going to cast Emboldening Bond on Grolid, Willem, and Nona.
All right, that's 10 minutes.
Yep, 10 minutes.
All right, fair enough.
First person, almost.
All right, there's enough of you with controls here. I've got you up at the mouth. If you're going to move any further, then you can determine where you're going or tell somebody else where you're headed. Grolid's moving in. Don't go too far.
Just keep me in the rear guard position in the party. I would appreciate it.
Sounds good.
I'll take the middle somewhere.
Who's ever in front, I'm just going to keep the camera on them. So.
All right, Grola, you start to move in, and you kind of are surrounded by various crystalline structures. Some seem to make a, let's see, as you're going in, make a perception check if you're just kind of glancing as you go. If you want to stop and take a closer look, then investigation check. Who else who's second behind Grolid?
I am.
I was gonna say I was leading Nona, so depending on if Nona's like preventing us, I'm keeping pace. But
okay, so Whiskey right behind. Whiskey, if you want, you can make a perception check also.
That's a 23 for Grolid.
All right.
Now I'm on capitals again. 20.
All right, 23 and a 20. Yeah, both of you kind of get the same impression. Some of these look like they're naturally growing, colorful crystals. Some of them, at least at a glance, they almost look like they were forcibly placed. You're not entirely certain the purpose behind it. But as you start to walk in, because you guys are so kind of fixated on this at this point, it's kind of a recurring theme for you right now. Virtually every one of these 5 colors are represented. I don't have a like there's purple here, but I don't have access to all the colors that you would actually be seeing. So you have bright, bold blues. You have more like a sickly green color. You have vibrant reds, almost make the rock look like they're on fire. There's parts that look like it's just bright daylight, where there's just this white light in the middle of the cave. And there's a few spots that almost, at first glance, look like they almost have this magical darkness effect to them. But they even then have a little bit of a glow to it, and you see like this wispy, shadowy type of effect coming from those areas, and they seem to be scattered. No necessary rhyme or reason, at least at first glance. What you also see are almost immediately, as you start to move in, Grola, to the broader, more open cavern, are a couple of bodies laying on the ground.
Grolid, is it possible that the shadow dragon is actually the shadow of her? Tiamat? Is that possible?
I doubt that. I doubt
All
that.
the colors are here. I mean, it's almost like they tried to summon her. I don't know.
More likely they tried to use a connection to her to summon a shadow dragon. Shadow dragons are a fell creature from the Shadowfell. Seeing them outside of there is rare.
I've never experienced one, except for now.
I can't say I recently have, but I've read a lot. And Grolid will continue moving in.
I assume everyone is following, and Willem is bringing up the rear?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, as all of you start to move in further into the cavern itself, you're starting to see what Whiskey and Grolid have spotted, that there's a number of bodies, not a ton at this point, but enough that it's not just a one-off. There's bodies off to the left, directly in front of you. Again, if at first glance, you're not entirely certain that there's any rhyme or reason other than the fact they seem to not be moving.
I stopped to investigate one and see if I can tell how it was killed.
Okay, make a medicine check.
Oh, a total of 3.
You roll the body over, trying to look it over. You can't find any trace of anything that may have caused any sort of blunt force trauma. There's no blood. Not really sure what you're looking at, aside from the fact that This particular body seems to have black robes with silver thread running through it.
Well, that's interesting.
I searched the pockets.
Take a couple seconds. There doesn't seem to be anything other than short sword.
Crown of gems.
Which obviously is not in the pocket, but that's the only thing you can find of any value whatsoever on the body.
It's kind of neat.
If it weren't for all the dead bodies, it might be a beautiful cave.
You can always clean up the bodies.
Growl, you're pressing further along?
Left or right, Crowley?
Yep.
Yeah, so for those not able to watch, there's a larger, almost like a plateau within the plateau. It's not massive by any means, but it's going to force you to either go around to the left or around to the right.
Whatever way you choose will be wrong anyway, but just choose it.
Yeah, Grohl is headed around to the left.
Okay. Is everybody following to the left?
Yes, on
Just to
guard.
make it simpler.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nona, can you see enough, or do you want to let go of my hand, or no?
I think there's enough light. I should be able to see.
Yeah, if it helps for determination where you guys currently are, all of you are basically in dim lighting. You're able to look around. Nobody really has to utilize dark vision right now. It's just dim light everywhere at the moment.
Yeah, sure, of course. You can, I'll let go. Yep.
Grolid,
Uh-oh.
she starts to move around the larger rock structure in the center. It's no longer dim light. There is a bright glow from a particularly large set of crystals in front of you. There's also quite a few more bodies piled up, and there's a couple that seem to be moving.
Look to your right, Crowley.
Do they see? Do they react to our presence?
How over are you being as you're coming around? I would say right about here is where you definitely are noticing that.
Oh, well, this is fun.
Well, I'm not being, louder than I have to be, but I'm not attempting to be stealthy either.
Okay. Well, let's see then. They got no idea. Natural one is natural one, at least right now. You see a couple of them kind of sitting up, shaking their head, like rubbing their eyes a little bit, like they're trying to regain their bearings. At this point, you've probably passed at least half a dozen bodies. In the other direction, you see kind of lumps on the ground that maybe there are a few others there. You've only really checked on one that Ryan can at least confirm that, as far as he knows, the body is dead. He is very certain that he is pretty sure. Outside of that, you guys have just seen not moving bodies. This is the first set that you've come across that anybody seems to be coherent or alive / awake.
Well, if they don't seem to react to my presence, I'll kind of skirt off to be just out of sight and see if I can't overhear something.
You move off to the left to kind of stay in a little bit more dark, because the closer you get to that crystalline structure, everybody's just going to be bathed in bright light. Over there where I dropped you. Is that what you're thinking?
I was actually thinking maybe more like, if I can grab myself here, like kind of step.
Oh, just to listen, but not necessarily to see?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. No, not go out there, no. Crowley, you're on the wall.
That's fine.
No, put me back. Keep me back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about all because he's got to be in that
There
square.
are more better qualified walls that, hey, there's people that disappeared. Where'd they go?
I'll also, as I'm moving back, kind of give like a little hand signal to try and be quiet.
Sure. Okay.
And then, like I said, I'm just going to start listening and see if I can overhear anything.
Your NPCs disappeared.
Maybe for you, because you don't have line of
maybe.
sight. If your character doesn't have line of sight, then you don't have line of sight. Kind of cool, huh?
Camera. Of course I have line of sight.
You can move the camera, but you have no idea what's there until your character knows what's there. That is a little glitchy, but they're working pretty hard on getting that to be pretty tip top.
One guy in front of me, actually from the rear, looks like he's playing a guitar. Looks like a Kiss band member. That's cool.
If you get a chance to look at it closer, it looks like Lemmy from Motorhead.
Oh yeah, but
And
from the back, he looks like he's got a guitar. It's cool.
He does have a guitar,
Oh, that's interesting.
but it's like a death metal bard type of figurine.
I'm working towards that.
Death metal.
Got an axe.
That should be a bard school, death metal. Really should. Be cool.
You could learn with your magical secrets. You could learn a bunch of necromancy spells.
That would be interesting.
I still long wanted to come up with a campaign setting where all of the magic was based on music, and each music was its own like school of magic.
You mean that Whiskey would have like a kiss mask that he puts down and,
Something like that. Kind of like the six-string samurai.
Yeah, and you see, I dress in black leathers.
Buddy Holly versus Slash. Anyway, so Grolid, if you're going to try to listen in, see what you hear what you can hear. Is anybody else close enough to Grolid to be attempting this, or are you guys just kind of staying put when he motions you to stop?
I guess we could stop, but
I
depends on
stop and be quiet.
Yeah, my cat ears might be up here, so.
Yeah, Whiskey, you're up in front. Both you guys make a perception check.
And Groll, don't forget your D4 for the emboldening bond.
Nope. It's as good as my survival check. 10.
That'll be a 27 for Grolid.
Somehow
All
you
right.
even know the language because you're home.
That lets him read it. It's not tongues, it's comprehend languages.
It also lets me understand spoken languages. It just doesn't let me speak it back.
Gotcha. So it's a little bit better than just straight up comprehend. Or maybe that is what the comprehend language spell does. You just can't speak. That would be tongues.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. 27 with that extra D4. Whiskey, you're hearing little bits and pieces, but you're not quite as close as Grolid. Grolid, you're actually, there's not a whole lot of conversation. It's a lot of, ugh, oof. You do hear one person say, "It's not quite how I imagined that going." And then you hear another voice say, "Well, could be worse. We could all be dead." There's not really a whole lot other than just kind of a little bit more motion that you're hearing, but not a whole lot of conversation. Kind of when you guys end a fight and you're just kind of regaining your bearings and just like checking over to see if you have bruises, broken bones, that type of thing. That's kind of the impression you're getting at the moment.
Well, Grolid, figuring that they are more likely to say something we can use or give away something when they don't know we're here, as opposed to with us trying to interrogate them when none of us is really a very good interrogator. Grola just sits quietly and waits.
Okay. Everybody else doing the same? You see Grola is just kind of standing there, still listening.
Yes.
A little bit of time goes by, and there's a little bit of kind of metal dragging against stone. Grola with the 27-year, guessing whatever type of weapons may have fallen to the floor, picking those up, resheathing them, making sure they're not broken, that type of thing. And then a third voice speaks up and says, well, guess we should go check and see who's still alive. And there's just kind of various voices of assent. And then you start to hear footsteps. It's kind of weird. There's stone all over the place. There's a strange reverberation to all of the sound, where if you hadn't necessarily seen them, you wouldn't even necessarily know how close they are to you. It's hard to place exactly where the sound's coming from. So as they're starting to walk, you're hearing footsteps, but not entirely certain in the immediate of whether they're walking closer to you, whether they're walking the other direction. Maybe some are walking in various directions. All you know is that you're hearing footsteps at this point.
I'll actually ready my weapon. As soon as one steps around the corner, I'm going to take its head off.
Okay.
Yes, readying.
Anybody else? You see Grola actually draw his sword.
Seeing
or I guess the oar.
And
Which
Whiskey turns his instrument into preparation.
Whiskey goes plink, plink, plink. Starts
I'll pull an
tuning.
arrow and draw my bow.
Yeah, I'll pull my sword as soon as I see him do that. Or
That's my bad line out this entire time because we've always been expecting an attack.
A cantrip.
All right, Grolid. There is a figure that does kind of move around and has just a momentary look of shock and starts, and then you make an attack.
Is that an attack of opportunity or no?
Oh, you're not in combat, so he's just attacking. It's basically a surprise attack.
I will just roll it in. Roll 20.
D&D Beyond?
Or yes, that's what I meant. So that would be a 27. I assume that hits.
27 hits, yep.
For minimum damage, 7 points.
It was a very well-placed hit that somehow manages to hit very little. Yeah, it's like you swing this oar, you clip him really good if you had actually had those shark's teeth hit him, but like at the last second, he kind of is trying to jerk back and you end up like thumping him with the flat part of the oar instead.
Actually, though, I have an ability that allows me to re-roll the damage if I roll a 1. I forgot about that.
Oh, because you did it in D&D Beyond, so it didn't do that. Avery automatically does that.
Yeah. So shall I just roll a die 10 or should I
roll a d10? Or you could do it either way in Avery or in D&D Beyond. It's up to you. All the D&D Beyond stuff actually shows up in the live chat. Now,
I don't get to re-roll it a second time.
Okay. Is that for your Great Weapon Master?
Yes. No, it's for the
sorry, not Great Weapon Master. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
But it's only one reroll once.
Yeah, and if I had roll, I actually get to re-roll ones and twos. But if I roll a 2 and then I roll a 1, I'm stuck with the 1.
Gotcha. All right, well, 7 points it is.
1 and a 1.
Yeah. So he's hey. And since you initiated, I'm going to initiate. Let me figure out what I named this thing though.
You mean I don't get to shoot my arrow off since I was ready for it?
I don't know that where you are now, you don't really have a great line of sight.
That's fine.
You're going to shoot it into the giant rock right in front of you.
Shrapnel.
All right. Let's see if this works.
$15.
11 for Anna.
All right. So the guy right in front of you is C1. I'll give you designations as you need it, but the guy right in front of you is C1, so I just applied his damage for you. All right. Our order would be Link with the 22. And then a couple of the cultists, Grolid 17, Nona 16, Whiskey 15. I'll let you know if there's other people.
That should be good for the
dispersed in there. Anna's 11, Willem is 10, and Ryan bringing up the rear with the 7.
If I need to turn this more, I can, but that seems to get him at the moment.
If you need picks for anything, let me know. But we'll assume otherwise that Pix is exploring shinies at the moment and probably trying to loot all the bodies, because that seems like a Pix thing.
As long as he finds lots of money.
Well, the one that Ryan searched found no money, so...
So it's going well.
Yes, it's going great.
I would like to go ahead and move to the best of my ability to get some sort of line of sight on this guy after hearing Grolid attack.
Yeah. Are you wanting to just take as little movement as possible to get line of sight, or are you wanting to get off to the side and kind of flank everybody?
I don't know who moved me, but whoever just moved me, that looks okay for now.
Okay. Great.
With the coloring, it's honestly very hard for me to see everybody else.
Yeah, let me brighten it up so because atmosphere isn't as important at this point.
But yeah, just everything.
I'll give you a little more light so you can see what's going on right now.
All right. So and I will.
So this is C1. Right. Link, as you move over, you do have a pretty clear line of sight to at least one other person, and you see other movement back further, but like I said, they're back further. So if you want to focus on somebody else, let me know. But the closest one that Grolid already hit was right there. That's C1.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and target him and shoot off 2 arrows. And I'm gonna hunters mark him too as well, actually.
Okay.
My bonus action.
All right, hunters mark.
Sorry, I'm usually more typed ahead than this.
Gives everybody else a chance to put theirs in.
That's what notepads are for.
Ow. Typical start to the evening.
All that
Link is
time.
back in his true form.
All right.
I did do my 1d4 bonus psychic as well, in case you were looking at it, wondering what's there.
Yep, gotcha. So 11 misses on the first one, 15 hits on the second attack for 21 total points of damage. So Ranger's going to do what Rangers do. 21 points. He's looking fairly rough already, but still standing and still with a look of shock on his face because it's not his turn yet.
And that will end my turn.
All right. Let me actually put it on your turn and then move it off your turn. All right, this guy has Grolid right in front of him, and since he got attacked once, is going to try to return the favor. So C1 will be attacking you. Let's see. Okay. Well. All right, first attack does not hit. Second attack definitely clips you there. 23 hits. Max on his initial slashing damage. Grolid, you feel your body kind of burn as the scimitar flares up as it strikes you with fire. 16 points joint fire and magical slashing damage. That's C1. C2 is going to whirl around from where he is and see if he can actually get to. He only currently sees, I guess he can see a good chunk of you as he turns around. He is going to take flight as a bonus action. Give himself flying speed. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and where he is now, you guys lose sight of him. And then the third one, 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, he would be able to go that way. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Draws his scimitar, but doesn't go any further. Yeah. You know what? No, he will. 5, 10, 15, 20. 25, 30. So Grolid, you are not being flanked, but you now have two robed cultists at melee with you.
Options.
Yes, something like that. And then also rushing in this general direction, also at the speed of 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's probably accurate. Yeah, let's see. They're going to summon a spiritual weapon. No, but I'm not gonna cast it here because then it'll do an attack. Let me see if should it be able to move? When you cast it, you can make a melee spell attack. Okay. And the range, okay. So she's going to actually summon a spiritual weapon, Grolid, over in the little nook by you. And we have one of those little figures. It's under construct. There we go. It is a like a spectral spear is what you actually see from this character. And so now I'm going to actually cast it. Uh, 18 hits. Grolid, you take 9 points of magical force damage. As it kind of shanks you in the kidney there. And then that was move, that was bonus action, and then she actually takes a spear of her own, and for good measure, Grolid will chuck a spear at you. And 23 hits for 7 points of piercing damage. So you guys in pretty rapid order have seen Grolid go from trying to take somebody's head off to being surrounded and being pincushioned by lots of things. But that ends their turn. Grolid, like you said, lots of options.
So as a bonus action, Grolid will chop his thumb off on a...
So close.
Happened to hit the slash button as I was trying to hit enter.
Lightning. Otherwise, you're just summoning...
Not lighting.
Summoning halogen.
Yeah. The place needed some more ambience. What can I say?
Of course, it's a 5.
Oh, he usually gets 6.
It never gets anything lower than a 5.
Oh, God.
All right, so you guys see Grolid, strike the match, as it were.
The real reason magic is considered dangerous.
Crackle of lightning goes around the. You have the Taiaha, right? No, you have the Leomano. Yeah.
Yes, the Leomano. The Wavebender. And then I will take 2 slashes at the one whose head I already tried to take off.
So close again.
Assuming... Good grief, I can't get it right today.
Assuming what?
Assuming that the first hit doesn't kill him.
It does.
Yeah, I should have expected that.
I will allow the second one, since you're right there anyway, to apply to the other cultist right beside him, because his AC is the same.
I was about to say, I assume a 26 hits, so...
Yeah. So 14 hits on the first guy, 19 points of slashing and lightning damage collectively, completely decimates that guy. This one is, for the record, C3, by the way. C3 minus... And so the second attack is you kind of follow through with this large, almost reach type weapon.
It is a reach weapon, actually.
Do you have 10 feet?
I do.
Nice. Okay. I forgot about that. So it hits with the 26 and 15 points of slashing and lightning damage. So yeah, you kind of hamstring this guy as he runs up beside you. Hasn't even had a chance to activate his own magic on his blade, and you clip him in the back of the calf there. right, that was bonus action. That was action, and I assume you're not moving.
No, I'll stay put.
All right. Nona, around to you.
Actually, I should have moved.
Well, I'm gonna do what every good barbarian does and rage.
And kill.
And kill, exactly. And I'm going to move up to the next target, the one that he just hit. And I'm gonna hit it. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. Yeah, if you're right there, then that gives you flanking.
Only hit him once.
Yep, 28 definitely hits. 18 points of your magical slashing damage, and he is definitely dead.
Yeah.
20.
And yeah, take over to the next target over there.
All right, you move toward the one that summoned the spiritual spear.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll attack that one. What's that one's designation?
That one is white. All right, 20 hits. 16 points of your magical slashing damage this time. Seems to take it on the chin pretty well.
Okay. Well, then I'm done.
All right. Fair enough. Whiskey. You saw 2 cultists around Grolid quickly get dispatched. There's another one that wearing different attire for certain, but definitely within range of pretty much anything you'd want to throw at them. And then a little further back, there is that character, unfortunately not carrying a rock guitar, but much more darker in their look and their aura about them. Their demeanor, I guess, is the best. Those are probably the only 2 that you can see. Yeah, definitely the only 2 you can see.
Okay, those are the only 2 I can see. Okay, so first off, I was going to do something different, but they took down half the party, so I'm okay with that. Better that than waste a spell. Okay. So those 2 right there, I'm gonna bane them.
Okay.
So that she's target white.
Yep, white. And the other one is in this.
What's his metal name?
This one is. I'm trying to remember how I designated in this. This I think is. Green. This one is green.
Okay, let's see what can happen here. Yes.
All right, DC 16. Both of them failed their charisma saving throws, and 11 and 14. So both have been baned. For ease of combat, I've been meaning to bring this up anyway. We got everybody able to kind of move things around on the board, which helps. Joe's been helping quite a bit in maintaining our turn order a little bit. Is there anybody that wants to help me keep track of status effects so we don't forget about those along the way? You don't have to answer right now, but be thinking about that if that you want that to kind of be your side job.
Enough. Let me for my bonus action.
And then I got Sean as the rules lawyer, so if we ever need to look anything up, then he's on top of that usually. Bonus action, Whiskey? No, that's good. That's fine.
Okay. For my bonus action, I am going to hit. I have to target him which I have, right? I do minus T if I'm going to do Grolid.
With a bardic inspiration.
Oh, healing word.
Healing word and Bane are both not cantrips. You can't do both in the same turn. One has to be a level, like a spell slot, and one has to be a cantrip, and then bonus action and spell, or bonus action and action.
But I can hit Gruesome Face with a Vicious Mockery then, right?
Is it a bonus action cantrip?
No. Okay, never mind. So we'll do it the other way.
Bardic.
Bardic. Oh, always forget how to spell his name.
There you go. Grolid has inspiration.
And I would like to step my butt. I think that's enough. 5.
I would love to run somewhere.
That's good.
I'll get you on an actual block there. If you want to go into the settings, go into like the gear icon up at the top, and go over to the.
Who, me?
Yeah, there's a way to have everything snap to grid, so you're not like in between tiles.
Go to the gear.
Go to the gear. Go to where it says other settings at the top, where it looks like somebody's confused, and then down it says creature snap to grid, and turn that on and hit OK.
Okay.
And then you won't ever drop yourself in the middle of a tile, or like in between tiles. It'll always drop you on an actual grid spot.
Okay.
All right. So Whiskey inspired Grolid, gave him a thumbs up on his 2 kill, baned the 2 that he saw, and then took off elsewhere. All right. The guy here, the darker figure that you're seeing.
Mean green.
Mean green bard machine or something. Is, let's see. Going to cast Spirit Guardians. Yep, let's see. Well, I'm gonna cast the spell, but I won't do it just yet because nobody's actually taking damage. What you see are these darker spectral figures start swirling around them. So I'll give you it's not a vertical radius, but
Is it like a personal shield, isn't it?
it's about a 15-foot like circle around them that it's surrounded by these shadowy spectral entities all over the place. And it doesn't seem like much fun if you were to be inside of that. And then they proceed to run up. And, yep. And not knowing you guys or capabilities, Nona is the first target. So it's going to run up, and I believe Spirit Guardians is an action though. So probably has nothing else to do. But Nona, pretty, almost like made out of bone, a halberd in their hand.
He's gonna get. Never mind.
Ooh.
But for reminder purposes, 15 feet here. So currently Grolid and Nona are both inside of this
And do we notice
shadowy
that it doesn't
spectral.
affect his compatriot?
You're not really sure what the effect is at the moment, and I don't know that anybody has used this spell, so I'm gonna say you're not really sure what you're seeing just yet.
Yes, yeah.
I think we saw it when we first, right before we first.
You had a fight against somebody else, yeah, but you pretty much took them down like the very next round, and so didn't really get a whole lot of experience with it. I would allow somebody trained in Arcana wanted to make a check on it when their turn comes around for free. But just at immediate glance, that's about all you got from it. All right. Let's see. Grolid, you and Nona would immediately notice one thing, and that is you feel like you're moving kind of slow and sluggish while you're in the area. I can tell you that.
Okay.
All right. But yes, that was an action, so it doesn't have any bonus action to do. So moving on. Anna, you are up. You're right kind of on the edge of this shadowy aura. 15 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of right here.
Sure. I'm going to cast Toll the Dead on White.
Okay. We had trouble with that last week too, I think, with Toll the Dead. I don't really know why. Just do the casting thing. They've taken damage, so don't target it, and I'll apply the damage on the higher number. Not sure why the Toll alias isn't working right. Oh, I guess I have to make a save too. What is the save?
Wisdom 16.
Yeah, we never had issues with that before. I guess it's a glitch.
I don't know that anybody has accurately done the Toll alias. Maybe once. He always rolls it like this, though. And so it doesn't apply the bonus damage for having already taken damage. All right, wisdom save. 22.
All right.
So I assume that's no damage, right?
Correct. No damage.
Yeah. So there's a bell that rings and kind of reverberates through, but doesn't seem to have any effect on anybody.
Bell needs to be tuned.
Let's see. Bonus action. I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on Whiskey.
Okay.
What is that?
Anything that tries to target you with an attack has to make a wisdom save. If they fail the wisdom save, they have to redirect the attack elsewhere.
Oh, cool. Okay.
There may be an additional.
I will do a song about you.
You see what looks to be like vague, similar to how refraction is being used in telescopes. Like kind of shimmers around you, so it's a little more difficult and hard to see you. You're still there. It doesn't like make mirror copies or anything, but it hurts the eyes to stare and try to focus.
Whiskey, 2 important points with Sanctuary that I will say by virtue of having the spell cast on you. I don't know whether that would actually work right, but that's how we'll play it.
I can say it.
Yeah, go ahead and tell Whiskey what's going on.
I'll just say don't attack the creatures, and you should be good.
Yeah, so specifically any attack or any spells that affect, not just damage, but spells that affect enemy creatures will end your Sanctuary. And then if you get caught in some sort of area effect, it still will potentially hurt you. It's just spells that directly target you or attacks that directly target you might get redirected.
I'll just keep healing Grolid.
That works. All right, and you moved where you want to go? I assume that's yes. All right, cool. Willem, you're up.
40 feet towards the closest attacker, please.
All right, you get up a little bit closer here. Somebody else moving him? Oh, I can't because I have. If somebody want to move him? If I do, I got to drop the bubble there.
Oh, ghosting.
So, Willem, you step right in there, and you feel super sluggish. Like, it's hard to churn through this shadowy effect. Basically, your move speed is halved right now. You're also going to take some damage when you step in. Not that one, this one. Interesting, because it's definitely there. All right, dash I it is. Willem, make a wisdom saving throw, please. All right, natural 20. So you take half damage. You take 6 points of radiant damage as you step in, which is a weird feeling, stepping into this shadowy form and taking almost holy damage. But it feels sickly, the type of holiness that this is. Corrupted. I can apply it or you can, up to you.
Share of it in a second.
Okay.
Come up here real quick. How far away am I from the closest target?
When you entered the bubble, which I'll move back so you can see. Well, I don't know if you're looking at mine or not. But when you enter the bubble, 10 more feet will bring you, which I believe 10 feet is all you've got left since you lose half your movement at this point. But 10 feet will bring you to, I guess that's Doom Leader.
Yeah, so that would be green on your target list here. Let me change it on here.
Ryan, you're on standby.
There you go. Yeah, so yeah, that was all of your move. That's correct. But yeah, Doom would be green would be your target here. Did we lose you?
No, I'm reading something real quick.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, Ryan, you're on standby. The last member you haven't spotted yet will go, and then we'll be back around at the top with Link.
Okay.
But just a heads up.
Do I still have an action?
Yes.
In this okay,
Yes.
then I will. Whatever the guy is in front of me, green. That's green.
Yep, green.
Is he the guy that just damaged me with his aura?
Yes, he's the one that's emanating this spiritual guardian's aura.
So I can get the spite.
Yep.
What's the command for that again?
At the very end, just type spite.
Target green. And it's not dash spite, it's just spite.
Correct.
Oh,
Another natural 20.
Sweet.
smite. Oh, I forgot to target him. Sorry.
Sorry?
Did you forget to double it too, or is that doubled?
No, I'm taking the second attack. I don't think Divine Smite is doubled on a critical.
Yeah, it is. You double all the dice. So if you so you know, if you have your natural 20 and you're doing a smite, just type I think crit at the end of it, and it'll roll 4 dice instead of 2 or whatever.
Got it. No worries.
So roll another 2d8 because it is double the dice on there.
Hang on.
And then the rules lawyers can let me know how they're reading this. Deal radiant damage to the target in addition to the weapon damage, but it doesn't say it's added to the weapon damage. Is that how you're reading it as well?
Well, if it's in addition to, you're adding it to.
I'm asking specifically. Well, it's important because I'm asking specifically because of the concentration check.
Like I said, the way I read it, I would say you have added it to the weapon damage because it says in addition.
Okay.
But again, we're talking semantics at this point.
Right, but it's important semantics. So as long as we're consistent, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, there's only one damage thing at the end. It's just with Avery, we roll it different, separately.
So
Right.
it's 13 smite damage on top of that.
12.
12.
So 12 and 19 would be 31. Half of that is 15. So DC 15. Concentration check. And does maintain his concentration, at least on the first attack. Let me do the extra damage. Go ahead if you're going to do a second attack.
Yep. Now the spite's only on the first attack, correct?
Correct.
No, it's applied to anything as long as they attacked you damaged you since your last turn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so it's applied to the second attack as well?
Yeah, so it's an extra 2 points of damage. You already hit. Sorry, let me explain to anybody who's listening and not watching our feed here. Natural 20 with a 29 hit. The first attack did 19 points of damage. There was an extra 12 points of critical radiant damage added. So 31 points total. Made a concentration check. Second attack was technically then a 25 to hit, which hit, and 15 points of magical slashing damage. And then, are you smiting again?
Yep, level 2 smite.
All right, go for it.
And I forgot to target it again. Sorry.
All right, extra 8 points that time. So that one was 21 points. So I'll have a concentration check again here just a second. And does fail the check. So the spiritual miasma of sorts goes away with that second plunge of the spiteful greatsword. The red hue of that metal heating up and searing him into him. Cool. Pretty good little chunks there, and yeah, you lessen that effect quite a bit there.
You hit twice, Willem.
I am using as my bonus action my inspiring smite and giving Grolid 2d8 plus 7 hit points.
There you go. Go ahead and roll it.
Does he have to minus?
So THP instead of HP.
Does he have to minus T roll it or just?
Grolly can just roll it and apply it.
2d8 plus 7.
2d8 plus 7 temporary hit points.
At least you're consistent on your high dice rolls.
And you just jinxed it.
That's why I said it.
21 temporary hit points is nothing to sneeze at.
No, that's almost that's only 10 less hit points than I have currently.
All right, Ryan.
All right, so this is green that is toe to toe with Willem, right?
Yeah. Okay, there.
Of course, he saved.
Sacred Flame, yep, and DC 15, he got a 15 exactly. Even with the Bane. The Bane almost did its work there.
Almost. If that had been Bonfire, he would have been toasted. But hey. I didn't want to make
and
it.
yeah, I didn't even apply the Bane on those concentration checks, but they would have applied there, so...
If there was if he was doing Bane, then it would be a disadvantage. Oh, minus 4.
No, it's minus a D4.
Minus a D4.
Yep.
18. Okay. Just
Yep.
checking.
18 minus 3, 15.
And I am checking real quick to see if I have a bonus action real quick that I might want to use. Roland is the one that's hurt the most, right?
For sure, yes.
Is he is
Okay.
bleeding?
Grold is, as far as you've seen, Grold's the only one who's actually taken damage.
All right, Groland, take another 10 points of health back.
Suddenly, everybody in the party's a healer.
My eyes kind of light up, and
I'm not a healer. Don't
some of the wounds on him start to stitch together with little white stitches.
Cool.
Roll and grunt approvingly your direction.
Or he may have just farted in your general direction.
And that ends my round.
All right. Very good. All right, the last figure you have not yet spotted.
Link, you're on standby.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, I think that's close enough. All right, make sure there's range. Yep.
I don't know. It looks like it's going through
Can't
rocks.
see that point. Yep. Just gonna drop it.
Still looks like it's going through rocks.
If
Yeah.
it's a spell, I don't know if it matters.
Sure.
Oh,
I
it's-
think you can't see.
It's can see. Yeah. Okay. Well, they'll step right there, and then it won't matter. And at that point, can see this point here. All right, starting from this spot right here, the wispy green smoke seems to start seeping through the cracks in the floor. And very quickly starts to cover this entire area here. So Grolid, but not Willem, and Nona's far enough out that it doesn't affect her either. You guys, as you're starting to breathe, you realize that you're starting to kind of choke on the gas that's seeping up through here. And that's it for them because they had to take that extra step over. So that's all of their move. So,
I assume I'm going to take damage at the start of my turn.
Link, at the start of your turn, I need you to make a Constitution save, please.
Nope. That would would be
All
a
right.
7.
You are poisoned for 1 minute. You can at the end of each of your turn, then you can try to make another Constitution save. But poison means you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay. I am going to move up 25 feet / to the left to the corner just outside of where I'm seeing this green gas, a little bit more to the left. So closer to the wall. Yep, right there. And then I am going to how many of I see green? Who else is there that's an enemy?
White, green and white both.
I would
So
like
green is here, white is here.
I would like to cast Hail of Thorns.
All right.
So that then on my next hit, it might actually do something. So I believe, hang on, it should be. Is it going to default to level 2, or do I have to do?
Is it a level 2 spell?
I'm double checking now.
I think it's a level 1 spell. Because you only recently got level 2. Yeah, you can upcast it, but you'll have to actually tell it to upcast.
-L space the number.
Yep.
Thank you. Obviously, I don't do a whole lot of upcasting, so.
Or spell casting in general outside of Hunter's Mark.
Just making sure that it is indeed something that is an L2. Yep. Okay, cool. Yep, I knew that was going to happen. That is fine. All right, and I am going to target green. And am at disadvantage.
Yep. Not used to that one either, are you?
Nope. But I did hit him.
All right, yep.
So
8
there
plus
should be
10 is
a
18. 14 points of damage. Oh, let me drop his concentration because he doesn't have any more.
And then I need to roll 2d10 for the damage from Hail of Thorns, which will also affect everybody around him.
I assume all enemies, not all people.
I will verify the reading on that in a second because
Okay.
it's possible with everybody.
Each creature.
In like immediate vicinity.
Within 5 feet of
5 feet.
the creature being
The
attacked.
target of the attack, and each creature within 5 feet must make a dexterity saving throw. So they get half damage if they make their dex save.
All
So
right.
that's an additional 13 points of damage.
Fair enough. So I need Willem and Nona to both make dex saves.
Friendly fire.
Let's say that with a caps lock.
Well, that was great. No.
Don't forget everyone's +2 thanks to Willem.
Yep, and well, Willem's is already applied, but yes, Nona can get a +2.
Well, I also still have to put some handy little gloves you gave me.
All right, so green rolled a natural 1.
Beat.
White rolled a 9 total. All right, so 13 points of damage and half on a successful save. Is that correct?
Yep.
I assume. Well, it would have been a 17 for Nona, right?
Yes.
On the +2. So yeah, Nona made the save. So Nona only takes 6 points of damage. Willem takes the full 13, as well as both green and white on the table here.
Well,
Nona takes 3 points of damage.
Oh, it's true. You're reducing it
Half it again.
because it's just piercing.
Correct.
That's why I like barbarians. They don't mind a little collateral damage.
What's that?
They don't mind.
And then I'm going to action surge and attack green again. I know I'm still at disadvantage because I'm poisoned.
Yep.
I thought you rolled both your attacks on the first go.
I did. I'm using action surge.
Action surge is outstanding.
All right. So
Except I think I hit the wrong thing on there. I thought I changed it to green and I didn't. C1 was already dead, wasn't it?
yeah. Cultist 1 is already dead. Give me a second. I'll adjust it here. All right.
Yeah,
So
just adjust the second attack to green.
attack 1, 18 hit, 14 points of damage. Attack 2 was an 11, missed. Hail of Thorns applied the extra damage, and then action surge to attack 2 more times. 13. Let me verify. Who were you attacking? Green or
Green.
Okay.
Green. Yeah.
Did not hit, and then attack 2, 26 does hit for 10 points of additional piercing damage. All right. There you go. All right, he's looking. You've blinked him a good bit. Starting to look a little bit more rough, for sure.
And that will end Link's turn.
There you go. How often have you used action surge?
Once per short rest.
Oh, I know how often you can. I ask how often have you?
No, he has.
Probably
Once
the
per short
second or
rest.
third time. No, I don't think he means like that. He just means in general.
I haven't seen
No,
that.
I'm saying that you have used it once every time you short rested.
Link randomly shoots things out in the wild every short rest just to use his action surge. Yeah, I'll buy it.
After the cultists in white, Grold is next.
All right, 5,
Do I need to
10.
make my my saving throw again at the end of my turn, or is that next turn?
Yeah, go ahead. It's at the end of every turn. 15, 20,
17.
25,
So that should hopefully
30.
No poison.
Yep, 17 will free you of the poison effect.
Sweet.
I'm saying that. Let me verify. Not that. That. Yes. Not by much, but it does. All right. Grolid, as you're fixated on all these strange goings on in front of you, there's a cultist that slips up and just kind of floats down like he's walking on air or running on air, and comes up behind you and tries to hack at the backpack. That was a terrible rhyme, and I regret everything.
Take a negative inspiration.
Right. Let's see. I don't think that applies. Oh, of the creature. Yes, it does apply. Cool.
I does not see this cultist.
If you select you got yourself, turn your person around the other way.
It's a floater.
Do you see him now?
Up.
He's floating.
He's hovering.
He's hovering above the rock that you're facing right now.
I do not see him, but that's okay.
Your line of sight might be too low.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
select somebody that's further away. All right.
Or no, I'm sorry, not line of sight. The camera angle, like the scroll.
Oh, yeah. If you
That's
zoom back up.
probably it. Oh, yep, there it is. Bam.
Oh, it's page 1 of 2. All right, this is going to show up as Cultist 1, even though he's dead. But I don't want to go to page 2 on the attack. All right, 24 hits you for certain. 14 points of slashing damage and also hits you with a blast of cold. as the scimitar digs deep there. And yeah, once per turn. Okay. So it doesn't have that, but has this. And then the second attack. 17 hits. This time a little weaker on the attack, but I rolled better. So 12 points of slashing and cold damage. So 26 points total. That temporary hit points was indeed temporary. All right. I believe. Oh, and I may have, because I forgot where I put this thing. Oh, that's start their turn. Does that look right, Anna, where I dropped that point before?
We'll put it where it will just get me, but not get Willem.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, because Link was right outside of it.
Okay.
It might have been a little bit closer to me.
It was a 20-foot radius. I got Grolid, but not Willem, so it might have been right. I think it was right there. That seems right. Okay. Yeah, and I had to move it that far out to get Whiskey in there too. So this guy, I think, does not have enough move to. He's only halfway out of this thing, so I will assume that he's actually being affected at the moment. I did not think about that when I placed him there, but you know, that stuff happens. All right, White over here.
Maybe they're a blood hunter too. They like to take damage.
They blood hunters like to inflict damage on themselves. Barbarians like to take damage in general. It means they're closer to the combat. I was waiting for an amen there.
That.
All right. The woman in more gleaming white armor draws a wand and mutters an incantation and charges up spell. Now let's see where that can hit. 20 foot. Also, but trying not to hit her cultist buddy. No, probably gonna still hit her cultist buddy. Let's see. Oh, that expanded that. Yeah, that's probably where it's gonna go. All right, so
here's the.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, here's a suggestion for the Tailspire people. Create templates of certain size or the ability to lock it.
They will, and they're also going to have like these spell effects that you can place them and then remove them like you would remove a prop.
Nice.
Yeah, I think down the road they'll also be able to, like, you can right click on a figure and say, hey, they have Bane, or hey, they've got poison, that type of thing, and they'll have a little, maybe something swirling around the base of the character. They've talked about a few different ideas, so it's in the works. It's just not top priority yet. All right. Give me a second while I target everybody. That's going to get Ryan, Anna, Whiskey, Link.
Hitting everybody but Nona.
Everybody but Nona and the green. It's also going to hit the lone robed cultist as well. Anna, Link, Ryan, Whiskey. C2 is the last guy left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay. I don't know why it's a DC 0. That's fun. So I may have to adjust some of this because it set the DC at 0. The DC was on this particular.
Still made it 27.
Yeah, some of you it won't matter whatsoever. But give me a second to tell you what the actual DC was.
And I can add a D4 to mine from my talisman,
DC is 15.
which I won't pass them.
Anybody in Willem, is your aura 10 feet or 5 feet? It doesn't matter. Nobody else is within 10 feet. The other two are within 5. So Grolid, you can add 2 to your save if you need it. But you had a 22. You're good. Anna, it says success. Anna, you failed on a DC 15. Link's success is fine. Ryan, if you want to apply your D4, that's up to you.
Give me the 15
But
now.
yeah, it won't matter. Whiskey's good. Grolid is fine without. Willem, Anna, when does your bond kick in? Is it on saves?
Yep, on saves as well. It's a D4 though, so I don't think he'll get
The 7 plus a D4 won't matter. Yeah. And then the cultist says success on it. Oh, because it said DC 0. So the cultist failed also. All right. So the actual damage was 23. So anybody who I said failed, even though it says a success, there's another 12 points of damage for you. What you see happening is an ice storm coalesce above all of you and then pummel you with just sheets and sheets of ice, bludgeoning damage and cold damage both. Ryan, you subtracted health there.
I thought you said we took damage of 23 points, right?
You already took partial. You took 11.
Got it.
You just take another 12.
All right, so I just add 11 back.
Yeah,
And don't forget to take off another 12 from the cultist.
working on it.
I like that number better anyway.
All right. Yeah, and then the other thing that you all see is that it's kind of hard to trudge through all of this, as a lot of this ice is remaining. So all those hailstones have turned this whole area in this circle here into difficult terrain for a while. And I will let you know when that disappears.
I think I have to make a concentration check.
Oh, that's true. Anybody maintaining a spell at the moment should, yes, concentration check. Whiskey, you took
Mine says I need to, but I shouldn't need to because both my spells should be over.
Hunter's Mark. Technically is still active, which is why you can use the bonus action to move it. If you want to let it drop, that's fine, but you can make a concentration check to try to keep it up.
He stopped
I dropped it
concentrating
when,
on that.
Oh, you dropped
when I
it
did
to
Hail
do
Thorns.
your Hail Thorns. Got it, yeah. So that's
That's why I don't
Is
get
that-
why it's
is that
saying
a-
it doesn't even
is that
tell
a
me I dropped it.
Constitution save, or I can't remember.
do exclamation mark CONC. Actually, that's all you need for a DC 10.
CONC.
Yep. If it's a base one, that's all you need. If you have to change the DC, then it's CONC space DC space and then the number. But yeah, 23.
Bane.
Yep, your Bane stays up. Cool. All right, I'll leave that up for now. It may dissipate
Well,
at some point, but
Now, you didn't actually hit C1, did you? Because it looks like it's sitting
C1's
on
dead. C2.
No, the other cult is floating.
C2 took damage. He took
Oh,
full
yeah.
damage. Yep.
I was
All right.
thinking of green.
Yeah, green did not get hit.
Okay.
Yeah, C2 is about to turn sides. This is the second spell they've cast that's affected him.
Yeah, C2 might not be the only one.
Let's see. Double check here.
It's known as turn. If it's anybody's.
Well, that's what I'm double checking here. The other thing is, Grolid, there is still a spiritual weapon trying to poke you in the back.
Yeah, I was waiting for that
on
one.
the side right now, but yes.
I was verifying because I haven't used spiritual weapon in a long time that it was just a bonus action to keep that going.
Yeah, but she didn't get hit, so she doesn't make a Constitution save. So.
7 does not hit. So it trying to probe around your armor area and does not have any success. All right, now they're done. Actually, she will probably. Well, wants to back up, but the barbarian's right there and does not want to risk an attack of opportunity with the barbarian. So will not. All right, Grolid. I need you to make. Go ahead.
No.
Sorry, after Grolid, go ahead.
I just said after Grolid, none is up.
Gotcha. Grolid, I need you to make a Constitution save for the poison.
No.
He's immune.
No.
Are you immune to the poison effect also?
I'm immune to poison and the poisoned condition.
Got it. Okay. Then yes, it is a little hard to breathe, but mostly annoying to you, and that's about it.
Well, it thinks it smells nice.
Continue.
Reminds him of some alchemy he's done that didn't go quite right.
Stinking cloud.
Something like that.
Popcorn.
Oh, no. Throw that microwave away.
Stinking popcorn cloud. That's a 9th level spell.
If you burn popcorn in your microwave, just throw the microwave away. You'll never get that stink out. All right, so my original plans are kind of kaput due to floaty cultist here. And so I am intending to take a good swipe at said floaty cultist. And I do want to check one thing real quick. Don't think it will help. No. Okay. So, how damaged does this one look? And mostly so that I know whether or not to roll both attacks or just one.
I would roll it one at a time.
Okay.
Unnamed cultist is unnamed.
Remember, you have inspiration, but you can save it.
Let's see here.
Let's name him Jerry.
I think we'll name him Percent so that I don't have to change his designator. And it's C2?
Yeah.
T2.
I will not use the inspiration on the attack.
Jerry's dead.
Larry's dead.
16 hits, 19 points of slashing and lightning damage. Definitely finishes this guy off.
All right.
At least he doesn't have to suffer the indignity of getting killed by his own teammates.
So now that brings me up to what I was thinking, or what I was talking about earlier. Did I notice, like, when that poison effect happened, did I notice that it came from a direction?
It was not any type of array. It just kind of originated from that point that I first marked.
Okay, so then I would not know that there is someone over there. That's
Correct.
what I mean.
But you were facing forward and knew that those two people didn't cast it.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly what's going on over there.
It literally could have come from anywhere else, any other person you haven't seen. There's no reason for you to suspect this direction versus another.
Exactly.
Killed.
Yeah, so sadly, I think we have decided that spiritual weapons do get attacks of opportunity.
I don't think they do.
No, I don't, but you can shift. You're not actually disengaging from combat if you move to the square to the up. You're still engaged to it.
Because you have to use a bonus action to make the attack. Spiritual weapons on their own do not have a reaction.
It's not a creature, so you should.
Right.
So the square behind me is difficult terrain, but the square to the left of where Willem is facing is not.
I knew I shouldn't have taken that down. Was that your starting point there?
The one in front of you was not the one to the
I think
left.
it was. I think this was.
That looks right.
So
Yes, that's right.
20.
In front.
Jim,
I
put a
still
little
got it.
higher right in that starting point, so you can always measure out.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I can't drop it in a corner. I can only drop it in the center or something. Well, maybe I can now that they've changed the way props work. Continue. I will look into
so
this.
that's enough. I just need to know how much movement I'm using. So Grolid will turn his back to the spiritual weapon in 10, 25.
Yeah, now I can. Is that right?
Yes.
Chloe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
so it's only. You got it.
All right.
All right. And I will take my second attack. That's green right there.
Yes, that is green.
Advantage.
So I will take my second attack on green.
All right, 17 hits, 14 points of total damage, a little bit of lightning pulsing in there. And he looks pretty rough.
Can I add the inspiration to the damage?
Sure.
Or should I? Okay. 'Cause I forgot about that until after I hit enter.
Yeah, that's
That's
fine.
just one die 4.
D8.
Oh, nice.
You can also roll another d20 with advantage, right?
Yes.
See if you get that crit.
Go crit
Sure,
fishing.
we'll crit fish. Sure, we'll crit fish. Why not? Start with that.
I assume you stick with the 17?
Yeah, I think I'll stick with the 17. So that is an additional 7 points of damage.
All right. I got a feeling. That's enough.
Point left. Grolin, breathe on him.
Throw some of your blood at him.
Yeah, there's definitely a grunt as you bring that oversized oar down on him and then like twist it for that extra bit of damage, and the shark's teeth kind of dig into the skin there.
And that I don't have a bonus action that I'd like to use now, so that will be my turn. Is it I space N?
Yep.
Hey, I remembered it.
All right, Nona, you're up.
I am very sad that he has not hit me. So I cannot use spite. So I'm just gonna hit him a little harder.
All right, the woman in the gleaming white armor, 28 hits and an 18 hits, 13 points and 14 points, so 27 between the two attacks.
Yeah, that was recklessly too. So.
Oh, that was reckless. Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
They also look like they're pretty bad off at this point. Anything else there?
No. I'm still raging, so we're good.
All right, fair enough. I think Whiskey just stepped away. Is Whiskey back?
I'm back.
Okay, you're up.
Okay. I presume that I have to make a save to move out of that.
Well, you got to make a save at the start of your turn. Make a Constitution save on the poison.
Right. CONC? Yeah.
No, yeah,
20.
that's it. All right, 20 is good. Well, let's see. Yeah, so I think you're fine. I don't think you take any of those effects.
I am
Double
voting
check. Yep.
out of all of this crap.
All right, so you were right around here.
Yes.
All right, so the first.
I think I have one hex that's iced or two.
Right,
and
yeah, so 10, 15,
I'm good.
20,
That's
25.
25.
Okay, yep.
That's good. Okay, now that I'm out of the garbage. Let me see.
And don't forget your sanctuary effect currently on.
Yes, I know. And I'm out of range for healing at the moment. And I'm out of... Oh, no. Maybe I'm not.
Willem's about 45 to 50. Grolid is about the same, about 50 feet. Known as a little bit further.
Oh, healing word is 60, so let me hit Willem. He looks a little more... Which one looks dying?
They're about the same. They're almost exactly the same.
I'll get Willem. Now I have to do minus T Willem, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure I'm doing that right. And that would be minus L who? Oh, that's
All right. 8 points of healing is something. And that was
It's
a
a
bonus
hit.
action. So you moved a little bit. You had a bonus action. You still have your action if you'd like to take it.
Which could be like a cantrip? I can't remember.
You can do a cantrip, yeah.
How far is white from me?
60-ish. But depending on what you're doing, well, anything on it you'll lose your sanctuary. Just a heads up.
Fine, forget it. I'm done.
Okay, so passing on your action.
How far is white from me?
Closer than white is.
I think I got mine. Oh, nope, that's
About 40 feet.
don't think that's in line with my you have to be with 30. Correct. Bardic Inspiration.
Inspiration's a bonus action, which you've already used.
Never mind.
You
I'm
can take
done.
your full action
I'm
on
done.
something.
I don't have full action. I can't attack anybody. So
You can, you just lose your sanctuary. It's doable though. All right.
it's doable for the moment, but I'm holding back.
Heard enough. Or understood.
Heard enough. Okay.
That's a work thing. Everything is heard.
Heard. Is that a southern word? Heard.
It's just easier to say than, all right, I understand or I hear you, just to say heard. All right. All right, this guy that you guys have been laying into is going to first mutter under his breath a little bit. Oh, come on. You do too have it. Lies, I say.
They must know Alexa.
Yeah. What?
She lies about the weather forecast all the time.
Fine, I'll do it the hard way. Let's see. 1d4 plus spellcasting ability modifier. All right, so he mutters under his breath, taps himself, and then gestures toward the woman in white, and they both seem to recover a little bit of their health.
Rolla just laughs at him, doesn't he?
Grunts.
Rolla doesn't laugh. He just grunts in various emotions.
He grunts with a smile this time, in other words.
Reflections.
Yes, there's a grin on his face for this grunt. If Grollet ever did laugh, though, it would sound something like... Which is my best but not very good
You sound
impression.
like water from the Muppets.
Like, who?
One of the two old men in the movie theater.
Oh, oh.
Oh,
One's named
Not
after
what I was going for.
I mean,
We're actually named after the hotels in New York, believe it or not. Waldorf, and I can't remember the other one. I keep saying it Asteria, but that's not
Statler.
Statler and Waldorf. Yeah.
Where's my laptop?
Let's see. Willem, you've been the one pumping all the smite into this guy. He sees you as the bigger threat than Grolid, maybe because he doesn't know better. Not really sure, but he's going to try
Why
to.
can't I suddenly hear anybody?
I don't know.
I can hear you.
We can hear you.
Everybody else just fine.
Oh, did I go to the? That's why. That's why. I had these guys labeled wrong. That's why none of these spells are showing up. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. That'll make things difficult down the road, but I'll have to stick it out now. Curses. All right. Do everything the hard way this time. I forgot how I had labeled everybody. The target that you guys haven't targeted is actually this one and vice versa in the system, which is why it's having trouble recognizing stuff. All right, so Willem, he's going to attack you twice with his halberd. 20, I assume, hits. I don't know if Willem can hear, though.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, got it. And then a second time, does a 15 hit?
No.
Okay. So the first one, will it show up? It doesn't
Is
show
that
up.
some kind of magical something?
It's a halberd.
But it's magical, correct?
No, it's just a regular halberd.
Okay, then I should get a little resistance against that from my armor trait.
Okay. How much do you resist?
3 points.
Okay, so you take 6 points of damage from the one that hits. He's still looking pretty rough, but trying his best to hold things together, and he gets a little grin on his face, even as he's kind of staggering a little bit, and says, "You're too late for the prince. Already gone. He waited." And that's his turn.
You'll do.
All right. Did I see who did the poisonous cloud? I mean, or not necessarily. I just at least saw someone over there, though, right?
You saw someone over, but yeah, again, it originated basically right in front of you. I do need you to make a Constitution save. All right. So yes, you are poisoned.
Okay. That is the fastest way out, though, I think, from both the auras or spheres of whatnot, is to head that direction.
The poison and the...
Yeah. I'm gonna move past Ryan there. I think that's 10, 20.
The other one started here, right? And it was 15. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that's the poison there, if you're looking to get out.
Yep.
Come to me.
So I'll just go straight over that direction. So 10, 20, 30. Yeah.
The last one, so that's 25 technically.
Oh, it is?
I think you're out of the... Find out for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be out at that point. So 25, if you want to move another 5 foot, you can.
I'll stay put for now.
Okay. All right, and that target, because I screwed things up, that target is Aurora. If you're looking at doing anything specifically
You
there.
said she was Aurora in the beginning. Is
Yeah,
that
but
right,
the
or-
way I set it up in Avray was different from what.
You changed that on the fly?
Not after you guys have almost killed the other one.
Oh, well.
If I had noticed it right away, then yes.
So I shoot my whippity whips out, my thorns, and they
Whip-de-doo-dah.
wrap around and they pull Aurora 10 feet closer.
All right. 5. You want here or here?
There's good.
All right.
Does she have to be
And then I'll use my last 5 feet to move up a little bit more.
All right.
Yeah, I'll use my bonus action to heal myself.
Okay. Healing word.
Yeah.
Good enough. While you're doing that, Willem, you are up.
Kill this bastard.
I can't see myself at the moment.
All right, that's it for me.
Whose stream are you looking at?
Okay, there we go. Okay, so
Honest is the only one live right now.
No, mine's live. How do I?
no, I got it. I'm gonna move.
How do I?
I'm gonna move. Can I move through Groland space? I just can't stop there, right?
Correct.
Okay, move me to Groland and then next caddy corner to Groland, so I'm not leaving the threatened area of my guy. I just want to be able to get both of them. There you go, right there. And we will start with Green. That's the guy who spoke last time, right?
Yep.
Willem will speak to him in turn. So your prince can run all he wants, but he can't escape the evil of his deeds.
He says, oh, he wasn't running. He got what he wanted.
He didn't stay to face us. He was running. And he left you to die for him. This guy hit me and did damage me, correct?
Yes.
6 points? Yeah.
6 points.
You do get a D4.
Your emboldening bond.
On a single attack, yeah.
What's the thing for bonus again?
-B space 1d4.
Like,
all right, 30 hits.
Make
13
sure you
points.
target him. Minus T.
I'm trying to remember to target him, yeah.
I just thought I'd remind you now. Dead. Dornell, dead.
Oh, also, you didn't add the spite, I don't think, to the end.
I did. It brought it in the attack description.
It's always in the description. I only see the +1, not a +2.
It matters though. He's dead. Yeah.
Oh no, I think the way it's set up, it does the +5 is built in and the extra +1. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so you're fine. All right. Yeah. So yeah, you just hear as you strike him down, he just kind of mutters, "You wouldn't understand," and falls.
No, he's absolutely right. I would not. Hit the white one. Hit the white one.
What's her identifier?
White.
White.
He did not damage me, so there is no spite on her, correct?
Correct. Were you inside the? No, you got hit by the frost,
Yeah.
the wand of winter.
Whatever it was.
The Santa wand. Santa on the.
Missed.
All right. Yep. 12 does not hit.
Ryan, you are next.
There's your distance, Ryan. If you look at my
I
screen.
have to make a save, correct? A con save?
Yes. Constitution save, please. All right. 19's good. So it's rough in there, but at least for this turn, you're able to kind of choke it away.
All right. I'm going to, I guess just 5 feet gets me out of the area, right?
Of which?
I think.
5 feet will get you out for sure of the
Yes.
area there. The other one is here. And that was only 15, so that should also, I think, get you out of.
Yes. If you go 10, you're guaranteed to be out. Ryan.
Yeah, for right there is out of both. Did you have to move 5 or 10?
I think somebody just moved me.
That
to
was 5.
Okay, so you've taken 10 of your move. Go ahead, but you're out of the range of both of those now at this point, I think.
I just point at the
And so
chick
is
who
there.
cast the spell and unleash a guiding bolt.
No, wait a minute. Go one more.
Was it here? Or was it
doesn't
one more?
If he moves one more, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I would move one more because I can't remember whether it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll get you out for sure.
Safer to do that.
Guiding bolt on Aurora. All right. 16 hits, 21 points of magical radiant damage. Well done on 4th
Excellent.
level.
Curious. I don't see that adding my additional 4 points for Radiant Soul.
I still don't think you've actually set up your level class thing since you changed.
We'll have
I'm
to
not-
figure out how to do that. Should I go ahead and roll a d4?
Is it a D4 or is it just a flat
it's
charisma?
A flat +4.
A fat +4. All right.
Fat. He has fat charisma.
All right. Done. All right. And then it is their turn.
Actually, before that, can I make some more move here?
Yep. Go for it.
I've already moved 10, so move me.
That would have probably been. That's 15 at that point.
All right, so move me diagonally behind Anna.
Right there.
Nope, the other to the side.
Back
The
there.
other way. Nope, the other way.
Here.
There, yep, and one. No, back behind Anna.
That is behind. Where are you trying to go?
One more. That same diagonal direction.
Down here.
There you go. That's good.
Got it.
I don't want to
Okay.
be nice and lined up in case they have a spell that can hit several at once.
Fair enough. This one, as they hear the conversation over in the around the corner there, and then hears the ally fall, just calls out, "Has none of you ever wanted to be reunited with your parents?" And then unleashes two.
Well, now hold on.
Tell me more.
You're saying all I have to do is join a cult?
Help us
And
out.
die.
Let's see. Probably you, Anna, because you're the only one who. Well, I guess Ryan did just. Yeah, probably Ryan. being the range bit that this is. And because I got it all confused, I'm gonna have to roll just d20s. Does a 14 hit your armor class?
Not
Brian?
mine.
Okay. How about 24?
24 hits, yes.
All right. All right. So you would normally take 18 total points of damage. Your resistances are radiant and necrotic.
Correct.
Okay, so yes, you do take 18 points of damage. Some of it's force, and some of it's poison. It's like a really weird eldritch blast that also like infuses you right where it strikes you. Instead of just leaving a bruise, you see this like sickly green poison kind of spread a little bit. It doesn't linger, but you take 9 points of force and 9 points of poison damage from it.
Yes, that was Aurora doing that, right?
Yeah. Oh, and I didn't move there, but Link. You, I believe, are still in the
No, he moved out of it last
in
night.
the ice, but not in the poison.
Correct.
Yeah.
I believe the ice is only affecting me based on mint, correct?
Right. Yeah, it's difficult terrain.
Yeah, no big deal. I don't need to move through it anyway. I am going to... I believe I can still see white right in front of me, right?
Yeah.
So I am going to target white.
Bless you.
I killed white in the first shot.
Yep.
So then I guess I would turn my attention onto Aurora.
Can you see? You can't see them currently where you are. You know there's a fight going on.
You can move that direction, yes. I guess. Oh,
They
Anthony,
move
the
further
spiritual
back.
weapon would go away now too.
Correct. Thank you. Spiritual weapon is gone.
Yeah, I know it's difficult terrain, but let me go ahead and move that direction then until I hopefully can see. It should be up to 15 feet.
All right. As you step back into the poison cloud, I need you to make another Constitution save.
Forgot about the poison cloud. I didn't kill that one.
Nope. That's the one you're going to find now. Not that you know that, but
Mhm.
and it is not concentration anyway.
Okay. Constitution save. Nope. I have no Constitution.
Natural one. So this attack is disadvantage. Did you have enough move there? Everything was 10 going through?
Yeah, that was a total of
10,
30
20,
feet
30.
right there.
Gotcha. So yeah, that's your max.
You do have line of sight though.
Yep. Where you are, you can target. And finally, disadvantage kicks in on somebody. Natural one for an 11. So slip sliding on the ice and then breathing in that toxic fumes. Definitely not a great day.
Link, throw your D20s in the microwave.
I would love to.
Along with the popcorn.
In the same popcorn microwave. It'll make it
Yes.
smell better.
Don't do that. Trust me.
Grold is next, I believe.
It's the dead cultist turn.
That'll end my turn though.
Girl, it is indeed next. So you know there's some commotion going on over here.
So how much extra movement do I get for starting next to you, Willem?
10 feet.
Score. So I have 40 feet And then if I aggressive, it's still just 30 more, right?
Description on aggressive, does it require you to see your target?
Yes, but I don't have to use it until I get over there. Actually, I just have to end my turn closer to my target than I started. Let me actually do the full read. I got it right here. Move up to your speed toward an enemy of your choice that you can see or hear. You must end this move
then
closer
because of the conversation that's happening, you can hear them. I'll give you that.
All right, so that is probably going to be 10, 20, 30, 40, and then 10,
It doesn't matter.
20.
Yeah, he's immune.
30. Now, when I do aggressive, is it because my move was started at 40 this turn, do I get 40?
No, you have to start each of your move actions beside him to get the 40.
Okay, so
basically he can get the 40 every time, but not everybody else can.
Do you have reach, or that doesn't matter?
I do. But Grohl would like to be right up on top of somebody.
Giggity.
He wants to stare them in the eyes and see. Never mind, I'm not going to continue that stop.
Giggity.
And
you're not going to quagmire that up anymore.
Yeah, exactly. So, and at that, with my 10-foot reach glaive,
Giggity.
I will go ahead. And I will. Dang it, y'all are making it hard for me to not say penetrate.
Making it hard for you, huh? Smack him with that pole. With advantage because you've been guided by Ryan.
The Eye of Ryan. Nice.
And that is A-U-R. You spell that?
O-R-A. Actually, A-U-R is going to be close enough. There's nothing else in combat that has that.
And //
Yep.
Hey, man.
I think it's because it was a second attack. It wasn't ready for it or something. So 26 hit. You always get gypped on that, huh?
I know.
26 hit for 10 points. 10 points of damage, and then a natural 20 on the second attack with advantage for 30 points. So 40 points total between the two. Well done. How would you like to do this?
Well, considering he was trying to take the head off of the one, and that didn't quite go so well, he will... there's a ripping and tearing sound as he literally separates her head from her body. And as the head hits the ground, it just says, no.
The eyes just stare at you, unblinking.
She says,
and
yes.
There's no life.
No response.
Feel one.
And as far as you know, there's nobody left in here alive.
I'm sure we'll find them if they're here.
I was concerned we had a necro that was going to raise bodies, but that was good.
Did somebody say raised it?
You rang?
Fire.
Just wait till I get the dagger.
We're going to kill you with it, so don't matter.
Your figure already has it in his hand.
The first time.
Ah, you're sleeping.
Grohl, your figure already has it in his hand, in his offhand.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed that.
Yep. All right. Combat seems to have ended for now.
At that, Grolin will actually move over to Aurora and start searching to see if she has anything on her. She seems like she might be a leader type.
Okay.
Would you like assistance?
Yeah, out loud. And actually, yeah, Grolin will nod appreciatively as you offer to assist. And he'll holler over to the others. Search the others. They look like they may be leadership types.
Grolid and Anna make investigation checks, or one of you can do it with advantage. I know, Anna, that's kind of your thing anyway.
Yeah, I think Anna already gets advantage.
We'll do it separately. Right. Yeah.
That is an 18 for Grolid.
17 for Anna.
Okay. There doesn't seem to be anything necessarily of value on this particular person. They've got a short sword. Don't seem to be wearing any armor per se. But what you're noticing is this is not overtly cultist regalia. It does remind you of another type of soldier that you've seen quite prevalently, but not for a couple of months now. This figure is a drow. And it seems like they may, whether they are a part of the Aurora Watch or have just procured the trappings of a member. That's what they look like they're dressed as. What was that?
What is the Aurora Watch?
The Aurora Watch are one of the like the largest part of the Jorhassian army. Grolid, you would know specifically that Aurora Watch agents, or you will remember Aurora Watch agents or members. I guess we decided they weren't really agents. Representatives were specifically in all of these clans here to make sure that they're not doing anything the Queen would deem untoward, either against the dynasty or to cause a fuss between the clans themselves.
It is important we keep her stuff then to show the Queen.
Somebody else searching the other bodies, did you say?
Yes.
All right, since you guys are both there, Willem and Nona, you can make investigation checks on the others.
With a D4.
I will assist Nona.
Around that time, Pix comes running up and says, I can confirm, lots of scimitars, no money.
Well, thanks
and
for
I can
looking.
use that D4 with it too?
D4, yeah.
Okay. Total 15. Good thing. Thanks for the advantage.
Yeah, you can add a D4 from your bond that's still up.
Okay.
Seven.
17.
All right. 17. The figure kind of wearing the darker colors and more of a sickly green look is wearing chainmail and has that bony looking halberd. It doesn't look overly fancy. In fact, it almost looks cobbled together. It hit hard enough, but that's the only thing really of interest on them. And then the other one in the gleaming white armor is the armor itself seems to be bright, shining scale mail. And they've got a couple of spears on them, as well as the wand that they use to cast the spell. That one, it looks and feels kind of like an icicle, with like a bluish white frosty crystal at the end of it.
Okay, so we have a very shiny set of scale mail. Anybody want scale mail? I'm gonna take that bony halberd if nobody else wants it. And hey, Grolin, we got you some more spears and an icicle. Where the hell do you have an icicle?
It's probably some kind of a magic wand.
Who wants the magic wand icicle thing? I don't do this.
And because I know Pix well enough, he will immediately cast Detect Magic anytime anybody is looting anything. So he will let you know pretty quickly. The scale mail detects his magic. The wand, obviously, is magic. As far as he can tell, nothing else seems to be pinging. Outside of all of the crystals everywhere, including the one that is right here in this oversized pit that he is like squinting and claims to be blinded by if he keeps his detect magic up and looks in that direction.
Magical armor.
And the
Rare.
wand is... Yeah, and the wand? Anybody can use it?
Pix or I can identify later, unless we want to spend the time to do it now.
That would be nice.
I wouldn't mind taking a quick short rest.
It sounds like, the Prince Ibahu is gone.
He's gone.
Do we need to look around just to make sure? Do you think
We need to try to find some intelligence of where he might be heading if there's anything here.
right?
Or what their plans are if we can find anything here to tell us.
He might even still be here. Who knows?
Well, let's take the scale mail and here.
Yeah, Grolid will actually take up the scale mail, being it's a bit heavy and he carries a lot of heavy stuff.
You can carry this while we till we rest.
So let me know when you're ready for it.
And then maybe a little bit longer, just if you want to.
Well, I'm not going to carry it afterwards either, so.
How's everybody health looking when I look around?
So if we take a short rest, we can actually do some healing. People can do some healing. I'll play.
That's a good idea. I'm fine. I have a scratch right here. But
I have a band-aid.
you. These two over here.
Yeah, Grolid, I believe, Willa both look kind of beat up.
Why don't you two take a nap and we'll look around?
My song of rest is still at a- It'll change soon.
Are you taking a short rest?
All right, now Grolid is intending to search. So if that's something beyond the scope of a short rest, then no, not yet.
It would be. If you can have conversations, you can do some basic stuff, but no, if you're gonna walk the entirety of the cave and make sure you haven't missed anything, no, then that can't be during a short rest.
Yeah, so that's what Grolid's going to be doing next.
I'll
Okay.
take the opportunity to short rest, get some health back.
And AFK sec.
All right. If everybody's short resting, I'd rather you just short rest at the same time rather than piecemealing it.
All right, then we'll wait until Grolid's done searching and we'll short rest then.
Because
Or we
otherwise,
just
you're just going to be an hour and then another half hour or something after for Golid to do the part that he didn't get. So
I was just afraid Grolid may not want to rest.
he seemed to
that would be
indicate he
pretty
will
difficult.
short rest at some point before he leaves. He just wants to search first, as far as I can tell.
Correct.
And then, Are you back that quickly, or did you just come back to answer?
No, I since we're not going to do the short rest first, I'll.
Gotcha. I was going to say, he left, so he can't roll any sort of check. All right. Is anybody else searching with Grolid, or are you guys kind of taking the time to lick your wounds? And
I have a really good ability.
Pix and I will identify the 2 items while everyone else is doing what they're doing.
Okay, fair enough.
Investigation.
Grolid and Whiskey roll investigation, or one of you can roll with advantage.
That is a 22 for Grolid.
26.
All right.
I told you I'm really good.
Grolid, your instinct here, what you're immediately drawn to based on kind of your own proficiency of stuff, is that the entirety of this cave seems to have been utilized for a very large ritual. I mean, that sounds obvious as I say it, but as you're looking around, the placement of all of these crystals and just the residual magic that you know is kind of thrumming through all of these, as you're looking around, you can't necessarily suss out the specific formulation, but you can tell as you have a little bit more time and you're not trying to be so quiet and sneak up on people, and it looks like everything is placed in a certain location with purpose. They're outside of the crystals themselves. You're just finding probably a total outside of the ones that you fought that had kind of recovered a little bit from the initial whatever happened in here. You probably find another dozen and a half other dead cultists, kind of scattered throughout. There's a couple in each of like the back corner alcoves, where there are some smaller crystals kind of almost look like planted and maybe growing in each of those sections. But unless you want to try to procure any of these actual magical crystals themselves, there doesn't seem to be really anything of value that you can tell. Whiskey, kind of in addition to that, although the ritual thing doesn't necessarily immediately come to mind as much for you, you're definitely drawn to the fact that it doesn't look like they've made any architectural changes to this space. It seems like this is largely kind of a natural cavern, and then they have added to maybe some of the crystalline structures that might have already been here, but it wasn't like some of these other places that you've been to where it looks carved out or built in some way. It looks like this is largely the way that they found it. But again, you're not necessarily finding any secret passages because you're not seeing anything that they seem to have dug or carved in any way.
Does the pit look natural, or does it look like it had something in it before?
Specifically in the pit, it looks like the spire that's growing out of it has. Make an Arcana check.
Ooh, wheat.
All right.
21.
It looks like this spire of crystals that's growing up out of here maybe has been in some way cultivated. You're not sure. It's a weird term to use, like gardening terminology for something like this, but that's the best.
Would say grown.
Well, it's cultivated in terms of it's not just like grown in the wild. Somebody would have had to have tended to this and fashioned it in a particular way as it's growing. You cultivate a garden, you don't cultivate the wildflowers, out in the meadow, right? So this is definitely cultivated in some way, but it looks like its original source is intact from wherever or whatever it started from. But the size, the shape of it looks like it's been tended to for a little while now to be what it is now. No, that's what I'm saying. Like it looks like the bottom stuff where it's a little more chaotic, a little more haphazard, that looks like it's been there at least much longer than these cultists probably were. But the growth seems more recent and much more intentional since then. The other thing is you're looking specifically at this larger spire in the pit itself, Whiskey. And especially with that Arcana check, you get pretty close and you're hearing the it's like whispers coming from the crystal itself.
I will step back. Hey, Grolid. Grolid?
1 second.
Anna?
Yes.
The crystal's whispering. Like there's voices coming from it. Like all the dead have been sucked into the crystal or something. At least that is my opinion. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I didn't know if you wanted to check it or...
I will say probably around this time, you and Pix finish your identify.
You know what? We just finished identifying these, so...
Nice.
That's what, like, you doing a ritual cast, right?
It's 10 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so it probably takes you and Groll at about 10 to 15 minutes to scour the whole place. The two things you find, or the two things that you identify, the first one is a Wand of Winter.
All right.
And the other, I won't post a link to that one because it's a little more straightforward. It is like this gleaming white, almost like it's made of platinum. You're not entirely certain of that, but at least it has that effect. Maybe it's a magical glamour or something. But it is +1 scale mail.
Huh. Okay.
How's your armor, Willem?
This is very durable scale mail here.
What is it? It's +1 scale mail, you said?
Yeah, it's +1 scale mail.
No, chain mail. I'll keep the chain mail. +1 isn't worth losing the resistance to non-magical weapons.
And we found what's called the Wand of Winter, which at least Pix might want to hold on to it, or I can hold on to it, or someone else wants it.
It would actually give me an advantage in the sense that I don't have to concentrate on it.
Oh.
But I will surely, if
Here,
you
catch.
need to replace...
Catch.
Well, thank you. I will give up the... I have Venom Bane armor, but it lowers my armor class, so I have spider armor if somebody wants that. I bought.
You can wear me. This is out of character. You can wear
You muted yourself
medium
there.
armor. Yeah, I know. Medium armor.
Who, me? Light.
Yeah.
Or studded. Light or studded.
Okay, so then you would not be able to use.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do scale mail.
No, but I do. If anybody, I have the Venom Bane armor that I bought that doesn't. It actually lowers my armor class by 1, so I'm not using it, even though it actually absorbs poison, allows you to. It would have helped in the last fight to traverse webbed areas more easily. While you're wearing the armor, you can't be caught in webs of any sort and can move through the webs as if they were difficult terrain. In addition, you can take poison damage while wearing the armor. You can use your reaction to reduce the damage by 1d8 plus your Constitution modifier. But they have that as well.
Whoever takes the Wand of Winter, be aware that it does require an attunement slot.
Yes, I have one slot left. That's why I did not attune
Yep.
the Venombane armor. So,
Grolid, while you were gone,
not in my thing. So,
Grolid, while you were gone, Whiskey was calling to you about the spire coming up out of the pit.
Yeah, I'd heard something about whispering. I'll move over to said spire and see if I can hear it.
Cultivated, but yes, there are whispers coming out of the gem itself.
Yeah, that's the term that Whiskey uses, is cultivated. Almost like it was grown like you would grow a garden.
Am I getting any with my newly found Shadowfell
Make a wisdom save.
connection? Am I getting it?
I knew that.
No, it's not me for a change.
An 11.
You get a +4 still, or is that gone?
Depends on whether. Yeah, it's been longer than 10 minutes. That's true. So Whiskey, as you're talking to him about it, and he starts moving closer, you see his eyes kind of glaze over, and he just continues to walk straight toward the spire, his hand out.
Oh God! I tackle him.
Okay, make a athletics check.
I attempt.
Grolid, make either athletics or acrobatics opposed on this.
Oh my God! I rolled an 18. That was a +1. It must be out of desperation, because the last time he touched the crystal, bad things happened.
Oh, and I only rolled a 9.
Gross.
Oh my God! I beat him.
Grolid, use
I have a plus
inspiration.
8, so you got lucky.
Grolid, you still have inspiration.
Grolid, use whiskey as inspiration.
No, he can't use the inspiration on me. I gave it to him. No.
He technically already used it for his damage.
Yeah.
Bad dog.
Otherwise
Bad dog. Bad decision.
So
otherwise I would've.
Whiskey goes diving after Grolid. You beat that check by 1. Diving after Grolid, and just like the shoestring tackle, Grolid's so massive. He's like the big gigantic fullback.
To the legs and roll over.
Whiskey's like the little cornerback that just like tries to trip him up with his feet rather than trying to go for a full on tackle, and does so. And Grolid, you kind of roll over, and for a second, like, what in the world? Why did you just attack me? And then your head kind of clears, and you realize that you were about to walk straight toward another crystal that seems to be calling to you from the Shadowfell.
That character reach out as I fall over.
Whiskey, cut your hand off. No, with a great beer. Let alone.
Step into the light.
I knock him unconscious with the.
It took you 10 minutes to cut off the paw of a wyvern. You can't cut my hand off in time. I will.
Gurdy. Tang.
So yeah, as whiskey trips me up and my head clears, I will look at the crystal and I will back away.
And you hear Whiskey go, "Bad decision."
Whiskey, you got to get probably back here where these bodies are before the whispering gets out of your head.
Just take me back to where that I need to go. Where's that?
Sorry, I said Whiskey. Grolid specifically. Whiskey, once you step back about 10 feet, about right here, about right there, you don't hear them anymore.
Okay, no one go near it. Bad. It's calling.
Can I understand the whispers?
Make an intelligence check with disadvantage, because there were so many of them and you were also kind of being compelled at the time. Or step back into it and make a normal intelligence check, but risk the consequences.
Gamble. Come on, that's what I do.
Anthony,
yeah, we see how that goes for you.
Rare, right? It's blue, right?
Hey, I'm the change bringer now.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe not quite that far, but
he's a god.
Does the helm not help me at all?
This is not so much a language issue as it is a cacophony issue.
And 3. Yeah, only a 9.
You're not sure outside of the fact that it seemed like there were hundreds of voices. They were not saying the same thing, or at least not at the same time, so it was too hard to make out any distinct sounds.
So when I kind of lost control of myself there for a second, did I feel any like violent tendencies?
No, it was very much it was actually the opposite. Because you are an aggressive orc, you pump yourself full of chemicals, you want to attack things. Like you're the closest thing really you can get to a barbarian without being a barbarian, right?
Bane.
What's that? Yeah, exactly.
I'm Bane.
Yes. Yeah. And so it was almost the opposite. This complete sense of calm and nothingness. And so the compulsion was to be drawn into that.
At that point, I will look to Willem and Nona. Stand in front of me. Don't let me walk towards it if I don't seem to be in control of that.
Okay.
I'm
And then
find a way to cave in this entire place if we can.
a very good idea after we've done our investigations, but I'm hoping I might learn something here.
I'm gonna reach to the back of Grolad's neck and
Cast Thorn Whip.
Inflict resistance.
Okay.
And I will then step
How long does that
forward.
last?
1 minute.
Okay. Fair enough. Whiskey, are you stepping aside for this?
They're planning a cat pile on me if I try to go again.
Should I bear hug you?
All right. I'll assume Whiskey is going to step aside here.
All right. So, and then I will step close enough that I can start to hear the whispers again.
Okay. So if you step in here,
How much
are
of a
they going
bonus do I get?
Are they going to stay? And are you guys going to stay in front of him here and try to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got one hand on his chest and the other hand on the foot.
What does resistance?
What?
He gets a D4 on a saving throw.
Okay. So yes, Groll would make me another wisdom save, and you can add a D4 on this one.
It's my other guidance.
Yeah.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Well, you rolled exactly what you rolled before, and then the D4 gave you +1, so you rolled higher. And again, start to walk as your eyes glaze over. You see now the two of you, especially who are watching his face, it just goes slack, nice and calm, and he just starts to trudge toward the crystal.
Tackle him.
All right.
Roll it again?
Yep.
The two of you together, either one of you make athletics check with advantage, and then Grolid, either athletics or acrobatics, please.
So you're telling me I'm not allowed to just fail it? Like, I'm not allowed to just not fight back?
You are not under control of yourself right now.
Okay, that's what I needed to hear.
And what did you say, Willem?
If you were, you could just step back.
Willem will assist Nona. Nona, make your athletics roll with advantage.
Shoot him with a 57.
Okay.
Good luck. That's a 27 for Grolin.
You
Then
brat.
you die.
I rolled a 19.
Let me see.
Nona has a chance to beat that. I think her athletics check's the same as mine at +8.
There's always a natural 20 also.
Exactly.
So roll one more time. One more time with advantage, because you're rolling with advantage.
Well, don't roll again with advantage.
Right.
Okay. There you go.
Can I hit him with a vicious mockery?
This is no, because it's not a reaction. Vicious mockery is a reaction. Or,
Can
I mean, it would need to be a reaction if Vicious Mockery is an action itself.
So as you guys try to
Pushing
stop
right ground?
Roland, without ever changing expression, he literally just rounds an arm to just kind of duck under one of you and then kind of put, arm around the waist of Willem just to kind of shove him out of the way. And that's when you realize just how strong this guy is. Doesn't hurt you at all, but just keeps right on walking.
It is like the really good defensive end doing the swim move and making the offensive tackle look like a pansy. And so as soon as you push back, it's just a big, huge step, and like you are prone to do, the aggressive, just a huge jump, and as soon as you wrap your arms around the crystal, Grolid disappears.
Catches the crystal immediately.
Here we go again.
Oh, man.
I'm home.
So
I
short
think
rest, everyone.
Destiny, right?
Now, how about that short rest?
Yeah, let's do the short rest now.
No, we call that yet another side trip.
Destiny.
I thought this crystal looked familiar. She grabs crystal. She'll snatch a hold of crystal and
It's getting monotonous because we just had a conversation about bad choices and side quests.
The other thing that you guys notice as Grolid grabs the crystal,
It's
blinks
my
out of
fault.
existence, and you guys are very appropriately concerned about going back into the Shadowfell and side questing after him. The crystal itself turns from this bright white to smoky black, almost like the light went out inside.
Well, if that doesn't sum up Grolid, I don't know what does.
What happens when Nono touches it?
You gotta actually step in. There's not actually a way to touch it directly from the outside of the pit. Grolid took like a running leap. Or you can climb down and be a little more ginger about it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, jump on it. Why not?
You know we didn't take a short rest.
Yeah, that was what Link suggested as soon as Grolid disappeared, is to finally do the short rest.
Yes. Long rest.
Okay, Nona, you jump out, try to grab a hold of it. It's a little prickly with the shards all over the place. Kind of cuts you up a little bit, but you're used to it with your kind of barbarian endurance and constitution. It's more a nuisance than anything else. But you're noticing that it's kind of prickly because nothing else happens. You all see Nona hugging a crystalline tree structure, arms and legs wrapped around, holding on.
There's no follow the leader of this one.
Well, this is not good. She starts to climb down.
Yeah, the last time the crystal stayed lit. This time it's not. It might be Grolid's time to figure out what he's going to do.
Might be.
So it's time to camp here,
Yep.
a long rest, and we'll wait for Grolid to come out.
Time for Grolid's
single side quest. Go ahead, Grolid. Your side quest is now taking place.
What's your vision?
I have my other character prepped, Anthony.
Yeah, but we don't want him. No,
No one will.
we don't accept him.
Reject it.
So, Nona, you climbing back out?
Yeah.
All right. So, before I jump over to Grolid, potentially, what is the rest of the party planning to do at the moment?
We'll do a long rest or until he gets there. Until he
You
comes back.
just long rested. I mean, you can, but it was literally like half an hour ago that you woke up.
Then we'll short rest and wait an hour and see what happens.
Yeah, Anna's gonna take out her pipe and kick back.
There's people that need to heal anyway. So
Yep, that's fine. Yeah, so you guys can, those of you who are present right now.
take
So
8 hours for Grolid. He could visit his family, see his, who knows.
You guys can take your short rest. If Whiskey's going to do the Song of Rest, then you can add an extra D6 to your...
Yep.
Assuming you spend your hit dice. So keep that in mind. If you're not spending hit dice, you don't get the free D6.
It's only, you can spend one. What's the difference?
Right.
Then you do D6. That's what I'm going to do.
Exclamation SR space
XDY.
XDY. Okay.
XDY
How many
does
hit dice do we get to spend? What are our options?
However many hit dice you have on your character. Every class is different. And if you multi-class, you have multiple options.
Your number of hit dice is your level. So you can spend up to your level hit dice, and that's the X. So if you say you wanted to spend 2 of your 8 hit dice, that would be the X. D for it's a die, whatever. And then the Y is the hit dice of your character class, which for a paladin, I believe is a die 10.
I think it's a 10. So you have up to 8 D10s that you can spend.
So how do you
and then
what do you
dash
do? You
B
do,
1d6 for the extra healing from Whiskey.
Correct.
do what? What
And-
is the last?
Dash B for the bonus, 1d6.
And you
So-
only... Oh, go ahead, Whiskey.
I was just going to say is, do you do XDY and not anything after it, or you do X1 or...
No. X is a variable and Y is a variable. You're replacing both those with actual numbers.
Oh, okay.
It's the actual command line again.
Oh, okay. 1 die 8. Okay, I got it.
Correct. So it would be something along the lines of...
I have a die 8, so it'd be 1 die 8 because I just want.
So if you're going to spend like 1 hit die and you have D8 as your hit dice, then it would be that.
Yeah, cool.
And
Will
you
you
get
roll
back...
bonus, or does Whiskey do that?
You roll the D6.
Oh,
No.
and Whiskey, yours automatically applied. The Song of Rest automatically applies. So moving forward, we know now when Whiskey does a short rest, then it'll automatically apply the Song of Rest, and then you guys can just do a flat bonus of whatever Whiskey rolls.
As for recouping them, I believe you get back half of...
Yeah, half of what's missing every long rest. So basically every 2 long rests, you should theoretically be back up to max unless you keep having combats, every day.
Wow, that's a cruddy roll.
Oh, you got a 7 and a 6 in there.
I got 3 1s.
And you've got a pretty high constitution modifier, it looks like. Because you've got a plus 15 in there. Is your con pretty high?
It's just a plus 3.
That would be it, because you spent 5. So 5d8 would be, it's 5d8 plus your constitution modifier for every hit dice that you spend.
Oh,
So
I didn't realize that.
You spent 5, and so you got 15. All right. Anything else going on during the short rest? So things like that identify could have been taking place, basic conversation, that type of thing. I'm not sure what that one is. Let me check on a... Arcanum. Is sorcerer. I don't see any of them, although there's so many that I'm probably missing it. You're probably easier just to reset your spell slots manually, like you know how to do. Kyle does it with picks, so you'll have to ask him at some point.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Okay. If you go into like the out of character and do !SERV alias, all one word, you'll see everything that's available. And you might be able to find it on there. Okay. That. Okay. It may just be recover 1-1. I'm not sure. You tried every other combination, so who knows. All right. Anything else before I jump to Grolid? Anything that's happening over the course of this hour-ish? Going
Does
once?
anybody look like they are still injured?
I mean, Grolid.
I can't see him, so.
He doesn't really look like anything at the moment.
Well, you said you were still injured some?
Willem's down about 13 hit points. Everybody is... Not everybody. A number of people are still down a few, but not a lot. Okay. Grolid.
Willem.
There you go. What was it?
Recover and then the number 1 after for the spell.
Got it.
Slot.
Okay. Grolid.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure you were there before I continued. You open your eyes and see nothing. Even with your dark vision, it's like there's nothing to see. You kind of feel around, there's nothing around you. You even kind of feel down by your feet to figure out, what am I standing on? You're a very practical, analytical person. You feel down and get freaked out a little bit because you don't seem to be standing on anything. And as the thought starts to occur to you, is this what oblivion feels like? You hear the and the whispers swarming around you. Seems like they're getting louder and louder. Even though they're whispers, it sounds like they're at this point starting to drown out your own thoughts. Like this noisy cacophony that won't end. Seems like they're flooding you from every angle to the point that you're not sure, even if you were to scream, whether you could even hear yourself over the noise. And then it stops. And you're left, at least in the moment, with nothing to see, nothing to feel, nothing to hear. What do you do?
So the first thing I'll try to do then is just to take a step, just one single step, to see if that, if I can move like in a direction.
Okay. Make a strength check.
That's a dirty 20.
Okay. It seems virtually impossible for this statement to be true, but as you try to step forward, it feels like the voices around you, which suddenly come crushing in again, the voices themselves are trying to hold you in place and keep you from moving. But you're able to fight your way through, and it is beyond difficult terrain. It takes, if you were to do a move action, taking that one step your move would be done. Like, it's that rough trying to push through right now. But you do walk, and you don't seem to fall. What you're walking on, where you're walking to, you're not really sure.
So as the whispers come back, can I make out anything that's being said?
Make another intelligence check with disadvantage.
I'm going to say 6 or less.
Yeah, I will assume you're not going to do any better. Yeah. It's too noisy and too many right now for you to make anything out.
All right, so I'll try taking another step.
Okay, make another strength check.
Ha! And that is a 6.
You start to take another step forward, and it's as if the voices themselves have spun you around, and you feel confident in stepping all of a sudden, and it's much easier, but you kind of get the feeling that you might have just stepped back where you originally came from. And the voices kind of swirl around you every single time, and then as you stop and do not move, they eventually die down.
So I will close my eyes and just keep stepping and keep my focus is in 2 things: moving forward and listening to the whispers until I can understand what I'm hearing. And he's got this connection that the more he tries to move, the louder they get. Maybe the louder they get, the easier they'll get to understand.
Fair enough. Make another strength check.
14.
Okay. It's still super rough going. It's like you're walking face first into like a hurricane style blizzard. But again, it's a more wall of sound than anything solid. But you're able to push your way through one step at a time. And as you're getting the hang of it, it's rough. You're feeling worn out already, but you are slowly starting to move. I need you to make a wisdom save, though.
I can't make a wisdom save to save my life today. That is a 6.
You can't make a save to save?
Exactly.
Okay.
Roll a dice. Roll another character.
No, I'm trying to decide exactly how to handle this.
How he dies.
Right. How would you like to die? How would you like to do this, Grolid?
Grolid appears and his head explodes.
You are completely unable to make out any of these voices, but the sheer terror of the experience and trying to force yourself through, and what sounds like screaming in your ears, pulsing inside your head, you just start sprinting. And by sprinting, I mean that's what it feels like to you. You're still probably barely moving, but pumping your arms, pumping your legs, and you have no idea how far you've gone, which direction you've gone. Not that there's anything to even see and compare it to, but at this point, it's more sheer terror of running from something than running to something right now. And it takes you a moment, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 hours. You don't really know how long before you can finally kind of regain your bearing, regain yourself, and slow down enough for the voices to die out again. You do, however, take 1 point of exhaustion.
figure out how to put that on my character sheet in a second.
Ryan can tell you. I think it's exclamation mark exhaust. They may be exhaust 1. I'm not sure.
Did not spell that right.
Correct.
I don't actually know how to spell exhaustion.
AUST.
AUST. Okay. So just add an A.
Yep. I believe.
Yeah, that looks right.
So do that, but just do space 1 at the end.
I thought for a second there, it's congratulations, Crowley, you're exhausted.
Congratulations, you were not exhausted. There you go. Okay. So it takes you a while. Again, you're not really sure how long it's been at this point, but able to regain yourself, regain your composure. You are now standing still, standing calmly, and the voices have finally died out again.
Yes, but the voices dying out isn't what I want.
Well, stop failing your saves.
Yeah, I know, right? So at that, I will calmly suggest to the void, I belong here. Speak to me.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
This is not going to go well. Yeah, no.
The second roll would have been better.
Can you roll?
That's a 6. You still just hear in response. Nothing you seem to be able to make out.
Cast invisibility on myself.
Okay. Make another wisdom check, please.
Save?
So, yes, wisdom save. Thank you.
God! I cannot roll higher than a 6 on a wisdom save today.
You believe you are invisible, but you also have this swirl of the voices all over the place and tear down, and I would say down the hall, but you have no idea where you are, and if there is a hall, you can't see it. Just tear in a direction and begin running. Who knows whether you're getting anywhere. The only saving grace, as far as you can tell, is when you finally stop running, you're pretty sure that your invisibility is still active. But you take another point of exhaustion.
Oh, hold on. That's
Not yet.
Hey, yeah, not yet. There's still time.
Another one to yourself.
No, I didn't. I removed one.
Okay. Because probably simple.
I said I belong here. Speak to me.
Okay. You being more authoritative, aggressive?
Yes.
All right. At least for this one, you have disadvantage on your ability checks. So make an intimidation check, but with disadvantage.
Not gonna help. It's the same stat or same roll. However, I guess it does count. Let's see if I see how much worse I do since I got disadvantage.
The voices almost seem to, as you start to talk louder and more authoritative, the noise gets louder, almost as if to drown out your own voice. And then you stop talking and it slowly subsides.
Before the voice subsides, I'm going to go ahead and cast Cause Fear on it.
Okay. Make a wisdom save.
I'm either going to die here or I'm going to figure it out. That is a 17.
All right. You are trying to intimidate the voices with fear. As far as you can tell, nothing necessarily happens. However, the voices seem to get a little bit more clear in their whisperings. You're still not entirely certain what they're saying, but it almost seems like the disjointedness and overlapping of them are starting to kind of overlay on top of each other and reinforce some of the voices instead of them all being just a wide cacophony. If you've ever seen like images of sound waves where they're just kind of stretched out in different lengths and different orders and stuff like that, and then if you start to overlap them, that they actually start to boost the decibel volume of them rather than making it harder to hear.
Physics was a fun class. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I can't understand you. Speak clearly. One voice. Tell me what you want me to hear.
Make another intelligence check to try to understand it, but again, disadvantage. Okay.
That's an 8.
The voices slow a little bit, and almost as if they're trying to be more understandable. Speak slower, speak more directly, but at this point, like, your heart's pounding in your chest. You're trying to fight off the fear, but like it's taking over you to some degree, and just this amount of running, your body is like the full-on flop sweat, chest heaving from trying to catch your breath. It's hard to hear anything outside of just like the pulsating, the boom, 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 like your own heartbeat in your ears right now. And you still can't quite make out. You can tell it's maybe sort of at least respecting you to some degree, and it's at least not overtly taunting you at the moment, which it seemed like maybe it was before, but you're not really entirely certain what it's trying to say.
So at that, I'll take, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, or, I know I can't tell how long, but I will get my breathing under control, get my heart rate back down to normal, zen myself a touch, go into a meditative state like maybe I've trained. By maybe, I mean I have.
There's a whole bit you think.
Might even, I even sit down.
Okay.
Hopefully I don't need a strength check to stand back up.
How long are you taking to do this?
Well, since I really can't judge the passage of time until I've got my heart rate under control, my breathing under control.
Fair enough.
Until physically calm.
Sure. So yeah, you're not entirely certain how long it takes, which kind of true to form. Sometimes when you have so much going on in your head and so much going on around you, that it takes a lot more for you to settle things down. And the more you try to focus on the passing of time, the harder it is for you to like eliminate all of the other stuff and actually find that Zen center. But eventually it comes. And you think you've gathered your breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth, slow, steady. Heart rate has reduced a little bit. You still feel completely exhausted, but you're at a point where you're mostly in a mental state rather than feeling all of the physical maladies affecting you right now.
At that, still with something of an authoritative tone, but not an angry tone. I am listening. Tell me what you want me to hear. And I've still got my eyes closed. I'm still sitting in whatever, meditative pose that he sits in. I'll have to decide what that actually looks like in the future. But since no one's looking at it right now, we'll leave it at that. And then I calmly wait for a response.
How long, again, in your estimation, are you willing to wait?
Well, I mean, a reasonable amount of time to wait for a response from someone you've asked a question of. So
that's what I'm asking. How long before Grolid gets impatient?
I'll give it a couple of minutes.
Okay. Eventually, you hear in chorus one overpowering, I would say voice, but series of voices, but you're able to fully understand. Return to us. You must return. No. Make another wisdom save, please.
Oh.
The voice or voices get louder, more overpowering. You can feel that flutter of your heart rate start to rise. You're feeling, even as you're seated, you feel like you weigh 1,000 pounds, and it would be so great to let your shoulders just lay down on the ground, but you're not certain whether that would be enough or whether you would still crush yourself under your own weight. And you're hearing again, you must return to us. You have sworn.
No. Now release me.
Make another wisdom save.
That's a 19.
Your heart rate goes down a little bit as you're remembering your teaching. Make me a religion check, please.
Do I get to use my advantage?
Your advantage is specifically on creatures.
Let me double check. It might be. I believe it is, but let me double check. Yeah, it's specifically on creatures.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't think so. Not for this.
So then I'm at disadvantage?
Yes.
Still a 15.
All right. You know exactly who this entity is that's talking to you. It's one that's beckoned you for, well, at least potentially 2 lifetimes now.
I will not return. You have lost your hold on me, and I shall not allow you to regain it. Now release me, or kill me.
Time will come soon enough. And you feel the very familiar, from a past life, plunge of a dagger in your back. You reach back, there's nothing there, but you feel that you are bleeding profusely. And you're struggling to both maintain your calm, because the minute you start to panic, the voices start to rush in, overpower you. So you're trying to like maintain some sort of middle ground of am I okay without letting this overpower you. And just the sheer adrenaline, exhaustion, all of this, and now potentially bleeding out, and the pain from that overwhelms you, and everything goes black. Rest of the party. Your short rest comes and goes. No Grolid so far.
Guys, I'm starting to get worried.
There's nothing we can do. We can't go after him.
It was
It's
wait
going
for
on
turn.
his own.
That's not all we can do is just wait.
Should we try and break this crystal?
No, that's his door back. If you break it, he won't have a way to get out.
Or is he stuck in the crystal?
Unless you guys can identify it, figure out exactly how it works. I would not break this.
Ryan climbs down in, goes over to the crystal and casts light on it.
You try to kind of light up the crystal itself, and it almost just like absorbs every bit of magic that you just pumped into it. Almost that you like glance down at your hand for a second as if, wait, did I just like miscast it or what? But no, there's nothing.
Since it's a cantrip, I'll try it a couple times.
Every time, it's like as soon as that flicker of a light flame pops up, it just kind of gets sucked into the crystal, and there's no other effect.
Seems to be absorbing my spells. Or at least my light spells.
Okay, so it can absorb people and spells. Great.
Well, I don't know. What do we do, guys? Our fearless leader is gone. Again.
Concerned, we
From
wait.
touching a crystal. Again.
I'm with Willem. We wait. He wouldn't leave us sitting
We
there.
can
He
wait,
wait.
we can wait till dawn or midday. It's not going to hurt. If he's not back within a month.
If we rest and he's not back by then, we can reconsider. But
We
whatever, if
rested.
we short rested. We didn't long rest, did we?
No.
And we rest. We're not going to abandon him while he might still come out, so we wait.
Well,
Unless you can think of a better idea.
I don't know.
We wait.
This was a white light.
It was. It currently is just completely black.
All right, I climb back out and I go looking for a white light crystal somewhere else in here.
There's plenty of them potentially to find.
I'll grab a couple and take them back and try and touch them against it.
They are attached. How are you going to bring them with you? How would you like to procure them?
I was just checking to see if I have a crowbar, but I think I got rid of that a while back.
I think a crowbar would work. You'd need an actual like mining pick or something, and then hope you didn't shatter him.
I have a maul.
Yeah, outside of that, I only have a mace that I could try to use. Or a dagger, but I don't think a dagger will do much to the rock.
The door's closed at the moment. I don't think you're going to get it open.
No, but Grolin will find a way to get it open. He'll come back.
I'm not just
Well,
going to sit
they're fine,
around,
yeah.
but he might need our help.
The best thing we can do is secure this place so that it's a safe place for him to return to when he can make it back.
You know, to be honest, Grolin survived long before he met us, so I trust he can do it.
And if that is a gate to the Shadowfell, that is his realm of expertise. I'm more confident of him being trapped in there than I am anyone else of our group. Myself included.
I'll try to use my mace to break up the rock around some of the crystals if I can.
Okay, you don't have to make an attack check. Roll for damage.
Well, let's try and make sure it's secure because we don't know. We came out of it last. We were kind of beat up, so well, everybody else was. Let's, I guess, drag the bodies off over in one corner so they're not here, and make sure that we've secured it.
Okay.
Let's do that, Willem.
Ryan, you break off a sliver on one of these and it bursts. You take 4 points of cold damage.
Nice.
But you do have a tiny sliver of a white crystal on the ground.
I'll use my cloak to pick it up and take it back.
Okay.
When I get over there, I'll touch it up against it.
So you unwrap the cloak and you have a white, dull crystal in your hands. Whatever glow that it had while it was still attached is no longer there.
Come on. Come on.
You hold it there for a second, and then you hear and it attaches itself to the larger spire and immediately turns black.
Well, that wasn't what I was wanting.
Roll and make a saving throw.
Roll and make a death save.
Destiny, Ryan. Destiny. Nothing you can do.
Well, then why are we doing any of this if it's all destiny and there's nothing we can do to change it?
Our destiny is to sit here and wait and protect him when he comes out. Everybody has a path to walk, Ryan.
I don't necessarily agree with the whole destiny bit. I think we make our own choices. But as I said, I'm confident in Grolin's ability to handle whatever he comes across in there. We need to be here when he gets back out.
We don't even know what or where there is.
It's the Shadowfell, right?
I don't know. How do we know?
That's where it was before. That's what he's drawn to. We know that.
Makes sense to me.
We followed him into one of these things before and ended up in the Shadowfell. This time it seems to have only wanted him.
And if he'd gone there the last time by himself, he may not have survived.
Oh, the last time it was a gate we could all pass through. This time it's not. You want to try something else? Go ahead, but I'm confident he'll make it out. I'm not ready to panic. Keep calm, keep the place secure, recuperate while we can so that when he does come out, we're ready to actually do something.
Hana's gonna go down to the crystal.
Okay.
She's gonna try and touch it, see if anything happens, for one.
Nothing you can tell. Yeah, nothing that you can tell.
Okay. I'm gonna, I guess, lean up to it and just... Roland, can you hear me? Please. We need our leader back. She's just gonna stay down there for just a bit longer.
Keeping your hand on the spire.
Yeah.
Make a Constitution save.
$22.
If you didn't know better, you almost get the idea that the spire to some degree is alive. It's not really alive, but it's like it's trying to draw your magic out of you. And you're resisting it right now. But you're certain that that's what it's trying to do.
This isn't, I mean, this might also be a gateway of some sort, but it's definitely a magical siphon crystal. I can confirm that with what you said, Mayan.
Yeah, it seems to just suck up whatever the spell is that you're casting at it.
That might be how it's powered.
Hick speaks up at this point and says, "That's what I've been trying to figure out. My old master, when I was an apprentice, he used stuff not quite this big or elaborate, but used stuff that he had to power it up with his own magic to get it to work. And then if it used all the source, then it went dry. Couldn't quite place a finger on it, but it's got to be something along those lines, right?"
So you're thinking maybe this thing in sucking Grolid up used up most of the power, which is why it's now black.
Grolid's not present. Never mind. Grolid, you're not going to make a check on this. Sorry to rub salt in the wound there. Whiskey, because you were part of the conversation with Grolid, make an Arcana check.
$18.
All right. Something about what Grolid was saying with this being a ritual, and then knowing what you all saw come bursting out of the top of the mountain, you're fairly certain that that's probably what it was being powered up to do. Whether it maybe had residual magic left over after, you're not really sure, but it doesn't make sense to you for this entire thing to have been built for Grolid to get sucked in.
No, it was a gateway to the Shadowfell to release the dragon.
So it needs to suck up magic to reopen?
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, it probably also needs the proper ritual as well, if we know.
I put my ring of the anchor up to it.
Hey, there's a thought.
How long do you leave it there?
I let it sit. A couple minutes if I need to.
Crystal turns to water and you're stuck.
Finger falls off.
It takes a minute or two, and then you hear the same and the ring is now fastened to the spire.
Can I slide my finger out of it?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Uh-oh. Grolid finds his way out and we leave Ryan.
That would be a total of 21.
All right. It takes a little bit of kind of finagling and twisting your body around, and it looks like Ryan's doing a weird dance or he's about to pee himself. You're not really sure what you're seeing, but yeah, eventually, Ryan, you're able to kind of pull that finger away, largely intact, and the ring seems to stay on the spire.
Woo!
Well, that's awesome, man.
I would recommend nobody else put their finger in there just to be on the safe side.
Is the ring going like into the spire yet, or no?
No, it's fastened to it, so now it looks like there's a crystalline shard in a circular structure sticking out of it, but it is jet black like the rest now.
And I reach into my pocket and take my ring of jumping and put it back on.
Okay. Does he have to attune to that?
I think so, yes.
It doesn't matter right now, but yeah, just you've got it on, but you got to take basically a short rest equivalent to attune to it.
I missed you, little ring.
So do you guys think that we need to power this up so it'll open enough for Rolla to get out?
So we can all be sucked of our magic and then go in and be useless?
Ryan's like, I got what I needed. I'm out.
Yeah, I'm good.
Why don't we wait and see what happens?
We've waited over an hour.
At this
You would
point,
like
you're
to-
you're at about an hour and a half.
Theory, my only question is, would just power be enough? Do we need to know the ritual that goes along with it?
My magic comes from my music,
between Anna and
from my soul.
Brian and the arcane people to see if any of them have any idea the answer to that question.
Anna, you and Pix are kind of the ones that understand a little bit more about ritual spell casting. I'll say Pix will give you advantage if you want to make an Arcana check to answer that.
She's not that great at it. 7 total.
But Pix is giving you advantage.
Oh. Eight total.
Pix is not giving you that much of an advantage.
Is it?
What you know is that if this is a ritual based thing, that as long as all the components are in place, there may be some sort of a magic incantation that you need to know. But unless you find traces of like used up components, which you guys thoroughly searched the place, so you don't think that's the case, you feel like at least component wise, you have everything you need.
Unless the bodies were components.
Yes, and if they were magic users, maybe they used all their magic to power the crystal.
Well, they were using the wand.
What wand?
The one that you're holding?
Yeah, but no, I don't think so. It'd be empty.
I'm just saying they were holding it.
Well, that's an interesting point, though. It's why were all these people dead? They're on the same side. They didn't look like they had a fight. Maybe the ritual did kill a bunch of them.
Maybe they touched the crystal until it killed them.
But they were not. They were scattered around the room.
Were they all next to crystals?
Yeah. Were they all next to other crystals? Maybe this all is like one big crystal is coming out in different spots or something, like fungus.
No, I'm against this. I'm not going to do it.
So many times I've almost asked Roll to make a check, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, this is the reason why they're having to do this. Like Roll would know.
Roland may not be smiling, but Sean is.
Right.
Gold's having a laugh.
Gold's having a nap.
Roland's terrified.
Roland's LOLing himself to death, literally.
He's mad crazy. That's why he's laughing for the first time in Gold's life.
Roland comes out looking like the Joker.
Roland is now the Roland who laughs.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Roland who laughs.
Well, I mean, that's the best idea other than waiting. Should we try it? Different?
Well, I don't know. Because it killed all these other cultists. I don't think you should try it. I think we give Roland time to look through. I mean, we were gone, 2 or 3 days when we went through?
Are you saying we give him 2-3 days in there by himself?
I don't like the idea. Is there anybody back at the camp that would have a spellcaster? They would have to be a higher level one, I'm guessing. That might know more? Or something about these caves? You think? Because, I mean, they're in this area. They might know more about it. If
I doubt it. This place was made. If this place belonged to the cult, they would have kept it secret.
Might have always belonged to the cult. Might have been somebody else.
Had 5 different colors of gems on it at one point.
Each of the cultists is attuned to a different color, too.
I'm just going to cast Sacred Flame on it.
That would mean you would need one of each
Okay.
spell to it.
Just the base spell?
Yep, base spell.
Okay. Everybody sees this column of like starlight strike down and hit the spire.
Oh, actually, this one's a little bit more like a solar flare that kind of just appears.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So then probably from the base of the column itself and just lights up and blinding almost. And then as it dies down, you could swear either there's a little bit of J.J. Abrams lens flare in your eyes or the faintest bit at the very base of a glow. And then it's gone as you blink.
I'll drop a bonfire on it.
Bonfire sits for just a second, and then you hear and the bonfire goes out. Still jet black. And Pix says, No. Those are all cantrips. You're not using power. You're not using your own power. No, I remember something about, because he was very powerful, but if he infused magic into something, he could retain it for later, and then he could be that much more powerful if he just rested to recover, something along those lines. You got to use actual power sources.
So spells are magic that needs to recharge over time.
Yeah, the ones that we can't always use all the time.
Okay. Willem goes up to the crystal, touches it, and dumps all 40 of his lay on hands into it.
Willem, before you do that, you would know lay on hands is not a spell. So if you want to still try it, that's fine. But you know that it's not a spell.
It's still magical power, and it's reached. I have to long rest to recharge it.
It is, yes, it is divine power. So if you'd like to give it a go, that's fine.
Yeah, we'll give it a shot.
It actually doesn't take. You don't feel any residual power leaving you. You realize it's not like an organic creature that you could heal.
Okay.
So no harm done, but it doesn't seem to have any effect or suck any of the source out of you.
Let's try lesser restoration. Second level.
Anna's going to try a level 3 moonbeam because it's concentration for a minute and see how long it lasts.
Okay. And moonbeam is radiant damage?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. So describe how the moonbeam appears, because it's always funny to me when it's indoors.
It's a tall cylindrical column that probably is what you were thinking with Sacred Flame, but it just has that faint whitish glow to it, as if you were out in a field somewhere. But it just comes straight down.
Oh, actually, as you're saying this, I do remember, especially because there was a shadow dragon that burst out of the top of this. If you scroll up high enough vertically, there is a giant hole in the top of this platform. So yes, there is a beam of light streaking down almost impossibly right through this hole and striking even more impossibly right into the this spire itself. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, Anna, you see now as it hits the top of the spire.
Sorry, it was level 3. I did that.
Okay. Yeah, you
What's
can tweak your spell slot. It's she's done it enough that she'll keep it out of your range.
Okay.
Anna, what you do notice though is it hits the peak of the spire, travels down the bottom of the spire, and at first you feel like you lost a spell. You do lose concentration on it, but what you see down at the bottom is this slight pulsing that doesn't seem to go away. So the rest of the spire is still pitch black, except for the base. There's just a little tiny bit of light at the bottom.
Not a lot though, but guys, it's doing something. I
Okay,
think-
I've got 2 second level spell slots left. I'm gonna try dumping. Let's see, what's something that might. Let's try dumping magic weapon and lesser restoration into it. See if that does anything.
Are both of those touch spells?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay, so you kind of climb down into the.
Well, no, magic weapon is a self.
Oh yeah, so magic weapon you could only cast it on basically one of your own weapons, or somebody else can give you one of theirs.
Let me double check that. No, it's touch. It's touch. Never mind. It's touch.
Okay.
So
So I will say magic weapon, you feel just the magic get sucked out of you, and those of you with a pretty high passive perception seem to think that the spire is ever so slightly brighter. William, you go to do lesser restoration. You kind of have the same feel as your lay on hands. There isn't really anything to restore, but you don't lose the spell slot either. It doesn't seem to take one way or the other.
okay, let's try heroism.
Okay, is that also level 1?
No, it's level 2.
Okay.
Or I can upcast it to level 2, I should say.
Okay, so yeah, tell me what level you're casting any of these at.
Both of them are level 2. I don't think level 1's going to do very much.
Okay, so your magic weapon, can you upcast magic weapon? Some of them don't do anything.
Correct. It doesn't look like it. Oh wait, yes, I can upcast it.
Okay,
But no, I need a spell slot of 4th level or higher.
gotcha. Because it bumps up higher. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
So magic weapon at 1.
Heroism at 2.
Okay. Yeah. So that's drawn out of you. Track it. You don't have to necessarily put it in Avray, but as long as you're tracking which spell spots you're using. Picks, because I feel like this is exactly what Kyle would do. Does anybody recall the last time Kyle rolled on the Wand of Magic Missiles for its recovery?
No.
It's been a while, I think.
I'm pretty sure
thought
he
it was
did it
one-
during this last long rest. I just don't know how much he recovered. I don't remember.
Honestly, I have no idea.
3 slots.
That's what I was thinking was 3 as well. But
Got
I
back
didn't
3.
know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I feel like he had
And
saved
I don't think it was
1.
exhausted at the time.
Right. I feel like he had saved 1 because he didn't have to roll a d20. So we'll say it's got 4 charges. He's pretty judicious about his own spell slots, but he'll aim the Wand of Magic Missiles and fire 3 different times. Use 3 charges with the wand, and you do see almost like a carnival game after each one, just the voot, 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 as the bar starts to almost fill up ever so slightly.
I'll go ahead, and if everybody's standing back, I'll drop a wall of fire around it.
Okay, do you warn everybody?
Yes.
Are you dropping a wall of fire around it or on it?
On it.
Okay. What level is that? Or what level are you using for that?
Level 4. It's my highest level.
All right. Oh, that's right, because you're automatically upcasting stuff.
Yep.
So Ryan douses it in fire, and the entire spire goes from jet black to blood red. For a couple of seconds, the wall dissipates over the course of about 5 to 10 seconds, and you can't maintain the wall itself. But it almost looks like it's molten, like made out of like frozen hardened molten lava, like igneous rock, for a moment. And then eventually the red subsides. And when you look at it now, it's about half full. The whether it's the level, whether it was the fire, you're not really sure, but that did a huge chunk to raise this power.
Anna's going to take out her one bead of water that she has from her dust of dryness. She's going to throw it at the spire and then cast control water with her staff. That's 4th level.
Okay, and just kind of swirl it around until it gets... Okay, that's at 4th level?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so you chuck the bead and it just kind of splashes open, and then control it, and it swirls, and for a moment you could swear the spire doesn't even exist. It's just water swirling around everywhere. And then over time, it's the water starts to slow as it's moving and just crystallize and freeze solid in almost like this hurricane tornado formation. And then it shatters, and you see another huge chunk of the spire now filled up.
I've got one more 2nd level spell slot.
It seems like it's probably well over 3/4 full at this point.
I'm going to try Guiding Bolt.
Okay. 2nd level, you said?
Yeah, it's my last 2nd level spell slot.
All right. You hit it because it's not trying to dodge it. And there is this shimmery effect like you're used to, when it gives advantage. And then all of that shiny shimmeriness gets sucked back in. And you see the power ever so slightly pull up.
That's it. That's about all I got that's going to be worth anything. What else has anyone got?
Well, if you like magic weapons, Nona pulls out the scimitar. This.
Don't waste the magic weapon if we can throw spells.
I've got another spell that I cast at range.
Anthony, I ask everybody to step back.
I step away.
I'll step back.
I'll hit the crystal with a level 4 erupting earth.
All right.
Sure.
All right. You yeah, so you guys have seen this a couple times recently with whiskey. The ground start to shake. There's what you haven't seen is like these actual pillars of earth kind of spike up all over the place. You're used to kind of getting difficult to walk through, but this is just kind of popping up all over the place. And the shell forms around the spire. And then similar to the ice, it eventually crumbles and collapses, and almost like you would expect to look into the pit and see all of this dirt all over the place. But as you look down, there's nothing. But the spire is completely filled. It looks like it did prior to Grola jumping in.
One person touch it because you're only going to get one through.
I don't know if we want anyone here to touch it.
No, we don't want to go in. We want Roland to come out. Hopefully the door is open now and he can come out.
Let's see. We'll wait.
Groland, come to the light.
Roland, try to come through.
Well, I take a long rest to get my spell back.
Take your time, but come on through.
Who would have like a message spell they could throw at it?
No, I'd probably go black. Leave it alone. Let us just wait and try some patience for one.
How close are all of you to the spire at the moment?
Not
And
me.
He just did erupting earth, so we're probably back a little bit.
I moved 10 feet.
Okay, that's about where I have you. I've got you and Nona 10 feet away right now.
Disrupting Earth is a 20-foot cube, so
It's gone.
at least 20 feet back.
Yeah, you would have backed up, but 20-foot cube is essentially basically that whole area.
Link is literally standing back watching everybody do stuff because he doesn't really have magic. They have a couple of quick, easy spells, and that's it.
Willem-
See.
Willem and Nona at about 10 feet away, which is where you are. You would have been outside of that erupting earth because this pit is pretty large. The pit alone is probably it's like 15 by 15. The two of you start to hear and these whispers from where you are.
Nona gets mad. She says, "Give it back."
Don't touch it.
She's not.
Is anybody else other than the two of you that close?
No, I've had enough of that.
Fair enough.
I know what will happen if I try to get closer. Everybody else will shove me back.
Push you in.
Come through, Roland. Come through.
Become who you want to be. Push.
No response.
You're gonna sit there and whisper, stupid Crystal. You can at least say something intelligent.
Hey, maybe that's a thought. Willem moves to the edge of the pit, basically as close as you can get without getting into the pit.
Okay.
And rather than yelling at the crystal, he starts to whisper to it.
Willem, make a perception check.
Come through.
I'm readying if he gets any closer, I'm gonna shoot a thorn whip at him to yoink him back if need be.
11.
You're not entirely certain what you're seeing through just this bright white light, but you're fairly certain there's just the darkest of shadows that seems like the lump of a humanoid figure laying almost like in the middle of this spire.
I think I can see him. Or his shadow?
Nona moves up to check.
Roll it.
Make a perception check, Nona.
Where? 14.
14. Yet you're kind of squinting through that bright light, and it looks like Grolid. It looks like he's not moving, and it looks like he's face down on whatever type of surface he's on.
Roland, if that's you, get up. Do not make me come in there and get you. I don't think anybody's gonna be happy with that.
Nope, I'm dead.
Looks like you're laying on your face. Get up. Your damn stubborn work. Get up.
Does anybody have a spell we can pull him out of there with?
I can certainly try.
Could Fix use levitate or something?
The spells seem to get absorbed, though. I don't know that it would work. We can try it.
Would maybe that's what they did. Maybe the dragon was in the crystal and they put all the energy in there and they sent somebody in to replace the dragon. Maybe it's a 1-for-1 exchange, kind of like what we had to deal with Lynx before we got the sword.
Should we toss a corpse in then?
That's not a bad idea. She goes off, grabs the corpse.
But don't we have to pull him out at the same time?
It might
No,
set
we
him out.
can't pull him out. As soon as we try to touch the crystal, it's going to suck us in.
Notice
And it's
that's
going
the
to go
corpse.
black again.
Well, let's find out. Maybe it'll spit him out.
I don't know.
We're going to waste more spells.
He looks injured.
Do we have a rope we can just...
He may not be what is.
He's not moving.
Pick says, I have the range. I can try to levitate.
Try it.
He walks up a little bit closer, mutters some stuff under his breath, and pulls like like some golden wire out, and like fashions one end to like a hook, and then like pulls the hook up, and kind of looks at it again, pulls the hook up. Lost it.
Is in the crystal sucked up the magic?
Seems like, and I can only do that once a day.
You want to try your go, Anna?
I mean, it's just a theory. If
Go for it.
based on yours, we could swap them out, but
I don't know if corpse would work. And even then, if it's 1-for-1 and a corpse does work, then if you put a corpse in there, it'll pop him out. But if a corpse doesn't work, we're going to have to, it'll probably be black again, and we'd have to wait to try to recharge it. He looks injured. And Willem starts removing all his magical gear.
Wait,
Okay.
Willem. Wait, I'll go. She
Can
drops
you
it back.
heal him if you get in there?
No, but if I get in there, it pops him out. You guys can heal him.
But
I'm the one.
if you get in there and it doesn't pop him out, you're both stuck in there and you can't heal him. I can heal him. If you can get us, if I go in and he pops out, you guys can figure out how to get me out. If I go in and he doesn't pop out, I can heal him if he's injured.
Wait, if he's injured,
We can always try the rope trick again and tie you both together, and you can both go in potentially.
don't we have a rope that can grab onto things?
That's magic, though.
Yeah.
It'll be absorbed,
Got it.
and that's why he's.
I was saying specifically use a non-magical rope. Choose a plain rope, tie yourselves together, because that's what we used last.
All right, here. And Willem will take the rope, hand one end to Nona, tie the other end around his belt. See if
Ties
after
the other one around her. She ties one around her waist. She drops her bag.
let Willem go on first, just in case.
Okay.
And once he's sure he's got all his magical stuff laid aside, Willem will attempt to grab the crystal.
She takes off her swords and everything.
All right, Nona, are you bracing on the outside, or are you also trying to go in? What's
I'm
going
bracing on the outside.
Okay, gotcha. All right, Willem, you touch the crystal and your hand just kind of passes through it almost as if it's not there. And nobody else can see your hand. You can see it almost like it's inside the crystal.
Can I reach him?
Not with just your sticking your arm in, no. He looks easily 20 to 30 feet inside.
I can go in, okay, and it seems like it's all right, but I can't reach him from here. I've got to go in further.
I got you.
All right, here we go. And Willem steps in.
All right, you step in. From everybody else's point of view, Willem does not exist on this plane anymore. However, the spire doesn't go out. It
Well,
stays
wonderful.
lit. Willem, you see pitch black, but there's just enough of your dark vision in a space like this that you have fixated on, almost like a backlighting of this spire itself is lighting things up. So things are kind of weirdly silhouetted. You see Grolid, like I said, 20, 30 feet up in front of you, laid out, bleeding out from a wound in his back.
Okay, run up to him. As soon as I get to him, immediately attempt to cast my lay on hands on him. Dump all 40.
Okay.
While that's happening, I'll just say, someone help Nona if he tugs on the rope, and I'm gonna go up to her and cast guidance on Nona.
What's the range or the length of the rope is 50 feet?
Yes.
All right, so Nona, at this point, Willem is pulling against you in order to get to where he's trying to get, based on just distance of where you are and how far he's having to go. You can tell he is adamantly tugging to get there. Yeah, you have 12 to 15-ish feet down, and then where he had to go. So and then the ropes are around both of your waists. So yeah, he's pulling pretty tight. Are you gonna pull him back, or are you gonna let him do what he's trying to do?
I'll let him do what he has to do.
Okay, so are you going to let go of the rope or untie it around you at least?
I'll climb down into the pit and
Okay.
not take the crystals.
Fair enough. All right, so Nona climbs down, and Willem, that tautness of the rope slackens a little bit, and you can get up to Grolid. Pump all 40 points?
Yeah, immediately pump all 40 points into him.
Grolid takes in a deep breath, doesn't immediately come to, but the wound is probably you're fixated on that wound in the back, slowly starts to also kind of close up.
All right, that's going to have to be enough. Now let's get him out of here. I'm going to roll him over. We'll kind of try to push him so he's sitting upright.
Okay.
Sit behind him, wrap my legs around his waist, wrap one arm around his chest, so I've got him about as tightly as I can get him. Reach down to grab the rope with my free hand and give it 3 sharp tugs.
That I start pulling.
So basically both of you are seated and
Yes.
counting on Nona to pull you out? All right.
Kind of waiting we're going to try to slide. If I can help, that's fine. Or even roll. I'll roll towards her, but I'm not letting him go.
Okay. Nona, make a strength check, please.
Don't forget your D4. I don't know if it's been
D4?
over a minute. I don't know.
For you guys, no, not really. A minute's you're probably right inside that window.
Can we take a short rest?
That's not what this is for. That was just guidance.
Let's see. Let me check something real quick. No, I think I only get that one raging. So if I need to, I will, but... $12.
All right. You start to yank, and it is a dead weight. Roll a d4 though, because I'm giving you the tail end of that. Okay, 15.
Yeah, 15 total.
Yeah, it's a full-on dead weight. But Willem, as you start to feel the tug back, you do kind of start to tumble, scoot, however it is you're able to maneuver a little bit. Just try to help. Nona, this is like wrangling the largest fish you've ever tugged on with, because you don't see Willem. It feels to some degree with the way he's twisting and turning, although Willem, you are helping, you know that you are. Nona, it feels like he's kind of tugging against you sometimes, and it's awkward. Willem, you're getting closer to the edge. Nona, you feel like maybe you're pulling him closer just by virtue of like you're pulling more of the rope, but it's slow going right now. You gonna keep tugging?
Yeah.
All right, make another strength check.
I'm gonna rage first this time.
All right.
If she needs help staying in her rage, I can poke her with my sword.
Just get down there and slap her.
There you go.
With an arrow. Help her pull on the rope. That might be more effective.
12.
So Nona unleashes a monstrous yell. Willem, you can hear almost echoing through wherever this space is that you are. You know this sound. You know Nona is raging to try to pull you through. It's still really tough, Nona. You're starting to get tired as you're pulling. But I know you, the group knows you, and you're not gonna give up on this. Keep tugging. Keep tugging. You feel like you're getting closer. Willem, you're probably about 10 feet from the edge right now.
Mm-hmm. Just do whatever I can. Try to, if I can roll closer, inch closer, whatever, but keep myself wrapped around Grolin. He's not getting loose.
One more check, Nona. You gonna use another rage?
Yeah.
I'm not going to go down, but I'm going to cast Emboldening Bond on her, myself, and Link.
Okay. So that'll give you an extra D4 on your check.
I'm going to give her inspiration.
There you go.
All the things. Yes, let's do this.
All right, so you got a D4, you got a D8, and you're rolling with advantage.
Don't blunder this epically.
That you stole the gun away from John.
That was scary.
Sounded just like it.
You don't mess with the audio guy.
$31.
There we go.
All right.
She
The
just gives a
entire
hard hug and you can
Pop out like a
smile.
bird.
the entire cavern now shakes, almost the way that it did with the erupting earth from Whiskey just moments ago, with this unearthly scream. Willem, you get tugged to your feet along with Grolid, and both of you pop out. Nona, you're able to, as the line slackens, you're able to basically catch both of them and stand them up. And almost like bear hugging, the bear barbarian is now bear hugging the two others down there. Grolid, as soon as you pop out, your eyes blink open, you're looking around, your back hurts a lot. But you're coherent and you're wondering why everybody's hugging you.
I don't remember anything that happened.
Not at the moment as you're kind of coming to.
I'll reach around to my back to see why on earth it hurts.
There's a hole in your armor in the back. And it feels pretty tender.
The hell.
It's a very familiar spot.
Hold him upright. You all right? You were hurt. You were wounded. Looked like you were bleeding pretty badly in there.
As he's saying this, Grohl is kind of fingering the area and recognizing exactly where it is.
Yeah, now it's starting to come back to you.
Yeah. Next time we come across one of these crystals, I'm sure
Destroy this place now. And I start looking for something to destroy the crystal with.
Who specifically do you say that to? And I ask this for a reason. If you were directing that to an individual, who would that be?
Everyone.
No, I'm asking for a reason. If you were just to say it to one person, who would it be?
At this point, to be honest, he's saying it to the world.
I will say then, so GM will say, Willem, you hear this like a yell in your mind from Grolid. Nobody else hears a word.
All right. That's it. We're taking this place out. However we have to, however we can. We're cratering this place. Whatever it takes. Let's start looking for how.
Yeah, and Grolin is doing exactly that.
Grolin, you're so quiet. Welcome back, though.
Thank you.
Grolin?
All of you. Thank you.
Next time one of these crystals show up,
We destroy it.
yeah. You're not getting near it.
But we'll have to wait until next week to determine exactly how you might pull that off.
Dun dun.
Because that'll do
I'm
us
sad.
for tonight.
I'm sad to see that there wasn't an actual dagger in my bag.
Oh, that'd be too easy.
Go find that dagger.
You gotta earn your dagger.
No,
I think I just did.
No, this is when you break the magic weapons. That's how we destroy the cave. Bad things.
That might be an option.
You earned yourself something, Grolid. You'll have to check your private messages here.
You also earned
2
my
levels of exhaustion.
Oh,
Well,
no.
yes, and
You
that
earned
exhaustion definitely is sticking around at the moment.
Tell me Grolin has like 5 gems in his head.
Because you earned it.
Grolid definitely does not have any gems in his head.
I'm just thankful he helped me get that cursed ring off.
I'm thinking Grolin now has a psychic ability with Willem. And only Willem.
I have tentacles.
Slowly becoming an illithid.
It's a mental bromance. Yes.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us for tonight. I hope you had fun. This is a little bit of a side venture that we'll have to see where it takes us, if anywhere. But hope you all had fun. I did. This was interesting little jaunt. Until next time, we'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. What's up?
Bye.